Okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of December 4th, 2023 to order. My name is J.D. Pacharevich, Councillor and Chair of the Planning and Economic Development Committee. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers through the nearest exit, through the chamber doors, and obey all instructions given. And if assistance is required, please see our Deputy Clerk, Devan. So if anything happens, we will be following Devan out in an orderly fashion. Once you've evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. And please ensure your cell phones are turned off or are on silent. And lastly, the Town of Lincoln Council meetings are posted on our YouTube channel. Closed captioning is available on all of our videos by selecting the closed captioning button on the bottom right of the video. Members of committee are in attendance with regrets this evening from Councillor Rinchema and Councillor Murray. We also have staff in attendance. Additionally, we have representatives from Watson and Associates economists and public delegations attending tonight's meeting. I would ask committee, are there any declarations of interest? I see none. Do members have any amendments to the order of tonight's agenda? Okay, I see none again. So, we have two statutory public meetings scheduled for tonight. The purpose of each public meeting is to receive and consider comments from the public related to each item. The first public meeting is to consider the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application and plan of subdivision, draft vacant land condominium application for 4129 Hickson Street in Beamsville, PD 43-23. The second public meeting is to consider parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland, report PD 44-23. We will consider the staff report associated with each item immediately after the statutory public meeting. Sections 5120 and 3412 of the Planning Act requires that before passing a zoning bylaw amendment, committee must ensure that sufficient information and material is available to understand generally the proposal being considered, and committee must hold at least one public meeting for the purpose of giving the public an opportunity to make representations regarding the proposed amendment or amendments. If a person or public body does not make oral submissions at a public meeting or make written submissions to the Town of Lincoln before the zoning amendment is approved, or a decision is made on the draft plan of subdivision, the person or public body is not entitled to appeal the decision of Town Council to the Ontario Land Tribunal, OLT. Personal information is collected under the authority of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act and may be contained in an appendix to a staff report published in the meeting agenda. Delegation list and/or the minutes of the public meeting are made part of the public record. The Town of Lincoln collects the information in order to make informed decisions on the relevant issues and to notify interested parties of the committee's decision. Names and addresses contained in the submitted correspondence and other information will be available to the public unless the individual expressly requests the town to remove their personal information. The disclosure of this information is governed by the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. Our first public meeting is for the purpose of the official plan zoning bylaw amendment application and plan of subdivision, draft vacant land condominium application for 4129 Hickson Street in Beamsville. I will now ask our Director of Planning and Development, Mr. Matt Bruder, to provide us with some opening remarks. Matt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just thought maybe as part of some opening comments, I'd just rehash a little bit on how we've got here and where we are to date. This initiated with the Calvary Gospel Church undertaking a severance of their lands. This portion of the lands that we're talking about tonight was severed from the church lands and has then been acquired by the applicant, who's going to be before you providing details on their proposed development. The process to date included a community information meeting that the developer held. It was an opportunity for them to hear from all of you that are here tonight with respect to your comments on the proposed development. We're at the point now where we're proceeding with a public meeting, which is, again, and I emphasize this, the objective is to hear input from everybody that's interested. There's no decision, there's no recommendation before council tonight. Staff and council are keen to hear the input we're going to be hearing tonight. And just generally speaking, I think, looking at this in terms of, I've heard a few times, why are we here? Why are we at the point where this application's being considered? And I think, on face value, the proposed development offers a variety of housing options, a variety of housing stock at various entry levels for the marketplace. That's something, generally speaking, highly encouraged by all levels of policy at all levels of government, of which staff or town legislation also has to conform to. That said, there are a variety of things that are going to be brought up tonight that have already been subject to dialogue between staff and the applicant. And next steps after this will be to debrief on the input that's received, to engage in more commentary with the objective of moving forward at a later date with a recommendation. But the input that's going to be heard plays a key role. I also hear, generally speaking, our zoning bylaw, for example, newer document. I hear a lot of, since it's new and since it's been recently updated, well, why would you entertain, amendments to the zoning bylaw? And I think that's a fair question, but I think the point to make is these documents, they're not necessarily static at a point in time. They evolve. I can tell you since our zoning bylaw has been updated, we've had a lot of provincial legislation changes talking about urban area boundaries and how they become more fixated by being enshrined in policy. We talk about housing targets that the province is setting out to meet. All these things happen in sequence, and they tend to keep happening. So on top of a property owner, any private property owner for that matter, being within their rights to propose an amendment if they feel they need to do so to support whatever it is they want to do. It's up to town staff to evaluate based on a policy framework and based on the input we receive and come to a balanced solution, and that's what we're hoping to achieve. So those are my opening comments, Mr. Chair, and looking forward to hearing from everybody tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt. So, we have 17 delegations registered for this item to speak this evening. So, please note, delegations may speak for a maximum of 5 minutes. Okay, we've got the clerk here, or deputy clerk here to my right. I'm going to be really strict on that, or we're going to be here all night. So, members of council and staff are listening to the feedback received. And as we move through the list of delegations, please ensure you're speaking to new and relevant information, okay? And not reiterating something that's already, comments that have already been made. Once we receive the delegations, committee will transition directly into the report and motion. So, we have our first delegation is Dan Romanko of Better Neighborhoods Incorporated, the agent for the developer. You have your presentation. You've got 10 minutes, so Dan, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to share the stage with a representative of the owners, Mr. Drew Katoth, who's with me today. So if we could. Oh, apologies. I'd like to share the presentation with Drew Toff, who's an owner of, or one of the owner representatives of the. Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Can we, is there a volume control?
I don't know.
We can try to.
There we go. Is that better?
Volume's already up. You just need to be.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have to lean in. Okay.
I'm closer. It'll be easier
Okay.
there.
All right. You want to do it? Okay.
Chair, this evening, we're asking if we can do a co-presentation. I was a delegated speaker and Daniel is as well.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff, and the general public. My name is Drew Toth. I am the principal of Elevate Living, a local developer. This project is a partnership with our firm, Pine Glen Homes, and this evening beside me co-presenting is Daniel Romanko from Better Neighborhoods, whose firm is handling the planning and engineering for this project. We are quite excited to get to this point this evening. It's been several years in the working, and we're very excited to share with you the vision for this evening. Who does the slides? Oh, there it is. Perfect. There we go. So the vision for this site is to create an infill development neighborhood that blends in with the existing neighborhood, is walkable and less reliant on vehicles, provides diverse housing options for a variety of demographics, including seniors, singles, professionals, and families. It provides housing to meet the greatest need in Lincoln, includes a number of affordable and attainable housing units, and implements carbon emission reduction strategies. Now, as we get started, I want to take a moment to acknowledge that infill development and implementing change in existing neighborhoods provides many challenges. We want to build off of what is existing in this neighborhood, which is good, but we also need to recognize that how we have developed and how we have built is not meeting the current need in our community and our province. And so that is the challenge that we have, and we've worked to implement this by keeping and building off of the existing good and implementing change. And that's what you'll see this evening. That being said, I'm going to hand things over to Dan.
Thanks, Drew. So one of the cornerstones of this neighborhood, which is based on new urbanism principles, or if you will, traditional neighborhood development practices, is the idea of walkable neighborhood. And Jeff Speck has a very good way of summarizing what those ingredients look like, that they're useful, safe, comfortable, and interesting. And these are what walkable streets look like. So if we look at the elements of these streets, it's fair to say that we've got some of the really good walkable ingredients in them. We've got pedestrian scale lighting, we've got sidewalks on both sides, we've got narrow carriageways with cars that are protecting pedestrians, we've got trees that are arching in the middle, partly due to the narrow carriageways. We've got boulevards that support the trees, we've got houses that line the boulevards, and we've got a minimal amount of driveway access points along that street so that we have a maintained boulevard. These are just some other examples that you can see. The diversity of architecture is also key as part of that to make it an interesting walk. And here's just some other examples of those ingredients. The subject site is located in, as Drew pointed out, an infill situation. But as you can see from this walkshed analysis, it is quite walkable. What's highlighted in green is a 5-minute walk. In yellow is a 10-minute walk. And you can see that schools and a lot of the daily needs are within close proximity to the subject site. If you're to bike, it's about a third the time frame. I'll hand it over to Drew to talk a little bit about the background.
Matt mentioned a bit about the history of the site. So Calvary Gospel Church wanted to sever some of their excess land. And in doing so, they wanted to see something good done on the land and at the same time sell it to build the economic strength of the church and the financial ability to renovate the church to service the needs of the community better. Dan and Better Neighborhoods, an existing party, were working on the project and invited me in to ensure the success of the project. Once at the table, just got to change slide. Once at the table, we incorporated research on what are the best practices of development for a site like this. We referenced the Niagara Regional Official Plan, the National Housing Strategy, Town of Lincoln Official Plan, CNU, Niagara Regional Official Plan, CNCIA, and we looked to see what is the greatest need in Lincoln. And we also conducted public engagement exercises to get feedback from the local neighborhood. Just going to change slide. In our public engagement sessions, we asked neighbors 2 key questions. A, what is it that you love about your existing neighborhood? And B, what are your concerns? The concerns that we heard were a concern about loss of privacy, drainage, property value, noise, construction. Is there infrastructure capacity, density, height, reduction of green space? Will there be firefighter accessibility? They asked if the new development would have a mix or variety of housing. There was a concern about affordable housing, Will it blend into the neighborhood? There was a concern about parking, slowing traffic, construction noise, and seeing single-family houses back up on the existing single-family housing. Now, what we heard from folks about what they loved about their neighborhood was the walkable neighborhood amenities, close to the park, close to the Bruce Trail, walkable to downtown amenities, close to large open green spaces, high quality of homes and property standards, a quiet and calm environment, friendliness of the residents, a close-knit community, views of the escarpment, the small-town approach to building community, and knowing your neighbors. And I think it's clear by the amount of neighbors you see out tonight, there's a strong community engagement, and it's great to see. There was another comment about spatial separation between houses. We like the way our houses are currently spaced. In the neighborhood engagement session, it was consisted of 3 stages. A mail out to 120 houses. B, one-on-one phone interviews, emails back and forth. And 3, a Zoom engagement session where 31 neighbors engaged. Going to turn things back over to Dan.
So from that, when we look at putting those ideas together, we develop a series of objectives, and you can see here that we've got 3 primary objectives, which is to design and build for the needs of the community, as Drew has already identified, create a mix of affordable and attainable market housing, and create safe, multimodal, walkable streets. And when we develop plans, we are very context sensitive as we start to consider, particularly in infill situation, what's already there. This is a slide showing some images from the site, as well as the stub of Edward Street at the north. We've got the Ashby Drive access from the west, or the east rather, and the lower image shows Ashby Drive in the park along there. At Bush Crescent, looking north, the top image shows the private landscape, and then looking south from Bush Crescent is the image to the bottom. And then the existing entrance access from Hickson is shown on the top left, and then the lower image is just some of the character of the existing neighborhood. So this is the proposed plan. We've got, as Mr. Bruder has identified, a multitude of housing typologies in here for a total of 171 units. And once again, this is the context in which it's been proposed. We think we've done a good job respecting the existing neighborhoods where we have rear yards backing onto rear yards. We've located some higher density in the middle of the neighborhood where it has less impact.
Okay. So I'm just going to ask committee, because Mr. Toth and Mr. Romanko went together, they were scheduled as separate. Would you be in favor of extending this 5 minutes? Okay, just to show of hands, we're okay? Okay. Go ahead, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll keep this going. This is a rendering for Hope Street showing the diversity of housing typologies. The one in the foreground is what we call a cottage court house, which is a very small home with parking off-site or adjacent to the site, which appeals to low, first-time home buyers. We've got almost twice the amount of visitor parking as comparable neighborhoods. The application includes a plan of subdivision to create the development blocks along with the public right-of-way, and that's overlaid with a vacant land condominium, which creates the private laneways and the units within the neighborhood. I'll just speak to the variety of housing typologies here, and I think this slide does a really good job of characterizing the diversity of housing products. So even if you have single detached, semi-detached townhouses, there are a variety of different typologies available based on where they are and how they've been calibrated. And these are some examples. This is a rear lane townhouse example. These are the front loaded, and you can see in the screen basically where they are located on the plan or where the opportunity exists. These are rear lane semi-detached homes, example of front-loaded. Single detached comes in a variety. You can see we're encouraging and promoting porches that address the street, and you can see without garages and driveways fronting onto the street, you have a much better landscape. Here is a good example of a garage tucked in behind, which you can see is another alternative for front loading. This is examples of the cottage court type housing typology, and you can see they're strategically located just as mid-block connections. This is what those connections could look like and as they relate to one another. And although they don't have garages, they will have, could potentially have these carports off the laneway in the rear. And laneways obviously don't have to look unattractive. These are some really good examples, and you can see that in the one on the in the left here, we've got the amenity space above garages, which is very appealing to some people who just simply don't want a yard to deal with. Moving along, there's just some examples of the kind of character in our architecture for the apartment that we're proposing. It's 5 stories in height, and these are some examples of what it might look like. I'll just turn it back to Drew to just talk about the apartment for a moment.
So if you take a look at the screen, one of the key things that we changed in one of the reiterations of our plan, originally we had the apartment lined along the back of Ashby because our original thinking was a view of the park and a view of the open field behind. But in further iterations and in speaking with neighbors, what we did is we pushed it into the center of the development, and we measured and looked and said, where can this be separated to minimize the impact to the existing houses? And the other thing that we did is how we placed the apartment building was where the distances were closer to the existing neighborhood, we put the short end of the rectangle, if you will. So I do want people to take note just of the significant distances and setbacks that we implemented there. Thanks, Dan.
And just to help sort of illustrate what that might look like in a second dimension here, we can see a cross-section of the plan at the top of the screen showing the existing houses, the proposed houses, and the apartment. And then on the bottom portion of the screen is the 1-to-1 ratio of how that would look with to scale as it relates to each of the other building typologies that are being proposed and those that are existing.
Next, in every development that we do, we look through the lens of carbon emission reduction strategy. This apartment, if approved, will be built to 25% above National Building Code for energy efficiency and GHG reduction. As we're promoting a walkable community, the idea is to reduce car trips. We will implement electric bike, electric scooter, and electric car share for the apartment building in the community, which again, the theme is to reduce carbon emissions and reduce car trips at the same time. There'll be tree planting throughout the development, and we're looking to conduct a geothermal analysis to see if we can implement that to power the apartment building. Heat pumps will be offered and encouraged to all buyers as well. Back to you, Dan.
So the one last thing that we want to talk about that we're pretty excited about is this neighborhood design code that's been developed, and it's to supplement the existing zoning bylaw. And essentially what it does is it fills in the gaps of ensuring that there's good design, a neighborhood code, if you will. And the purpose of that is to promote quality architectural design and enhance the public realm. It avoids automobile dominance along the streetscape, encourages attractive built environment that maintains land use compatibility, and ensures the development relates to the human scale over the long term. So these are just some of the excerpts from that document that sort of illustrate some of the techniques and how it's encouraging development to come together so that the neighborhood benefits. That's all we have. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Okay. I just asked the clerk, I said, what are we at? And he said 20 seconds, so good show, gentlemen. So, committee, any questions to our presenters? Okay, Councilor Bernay, start us off, please.
Thank you, Chair. So thanks for the presentation. I'll keep my comments brief, specifically to this presentation, Chair, and keep my rest of my comments when we go to the report. So through you, Chair, to the presenters, I didn't see anything, I might have missed it, but I didn't see anything with regards to green space or parkland in your presentation. I know it's in your report that we're going to see later, but I'm just surprised that you didn't have anything in your presentation that speaks to green space or parkland. Your comment?
Thank you for bringing that up. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Brunette. The green space, it was in the one slide about neighborhood engagement. That was the loudest thing that we heard from neighbors for sure when we met and talked, was more green space. And so what we did is we went back to the staff, and then we actually implemented 2 parkettes. I don't know if we can bring up the slide if you guys want to show. But that was something that we changed in the development based on the feedback from the neighbors. And we've been talking with town staff, and it's something to be talked about as well, that instead of paying a 5% cash in lieu fee, we would be willing to implement the park space as an alternative. Thank you for bringing that up.
Just for clarity, at the moment, we're proposing 2 parkettes, one sort of at the terminus of Hope Street, just before the bend. I don't have a pointer. Hope Street's coming off of Ashby on the left, or the right, sorry.
Okay,
Maybe the pointer.
you know what? They're trying to do a presentation. We don't need stuff yelled from the crowd. They're trying to do the best they can. Okay, and I'm going to remind you too, everyone's trying to listen. We're not at a hockey game, so I don't want shouting from the crowd. I don't want cheering from the crowd. Let's try to get through this in a respectful manner and, listen to everyone, formulate your questions, and if there'll be things that will be answered, you can always email after the fact. Okay, go ahead, gentlemen.
So the first parkette was proposed roughly at the intersection from Hope Street, which is the street just coming off of Ashby from the east, just at the bend there. And then the second little parkette is at the corner of Street A and Bush Crescent, which is at the southwestern edge of the proposed development.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, so thanks, through you, Chair Patrieva. So, I wasn't trying to throw you guys under the bus here. I just, I want to make sure that everyone, as one of the ward councillors, along with Councillor Patrieva in Ward 2, we've heard it from many, many residents, received many emails, lots of phone calls with regards to park space and green space. So, appreciate that it's in the presentation. I do want to point out, and I don't know if this is the time, but I'm going to take the opportunity to let you know, you're probably going to hear it tonight. The space that you've indicated just so happens to be the furthest point away from the highest density. So, people are questioning that. So it's just something that, I think we need to keep in mind as we go along, that, I think people are happy that we're not taking the cash in lieu, but we want to make sure that, coming out of COVID, we've got a lot of people wanting to be outside and make sure that we use the best space that we can. We've got, 5.5 hectares to work with here, and we want to make sure that we're making the best use of green space. Through you, Chair, I just have one other question. You made a comment, and I don't want to take it out of context, but you made a reference that we're providing, correct me if I go down the wrong hole, we're providing more parking than is provided in a lot of other developments, or something to that effect. So appreciate that, but I just want to point out something that in our town transportation master plan that we worked on fairly recently, and I'm sure you're aware of the statistics. If you're not, you should be. That the town transportation master plan showed an average ownership rate of 2.1 vehicles per household in the town of Lincoln. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brunei. Councillor Miklik.
Thank you very much, Chair Patrieva, through you to the presenters. Thank you for your presentation, and I think, thank you as well for your engagement with the residents and the effort that you're making to do the best you can with this development. I like the conceptual drawings, they look nice, and the streetscaping and all of this, and they remind me of older neighborhoods, like, from the 30s and 40s and that sort of thing, where you have like laneways in the back and heritage, but like similar to what Councilor Brunet is thinking, like those, I feel like those sorts of developments were built like back in the 20s and 30s, where folks only had one or two cars, maybe that's all they could afford. So with all of your slides, it appears as though this sort of a development has already been built or constructed. Can you tell me where I can go, me personally, to see this sort of development in real world function on a Sunday where I feel like there would be the most cars in the driveway, or, something to that effect, where I can see a development like this already constructed to alleviate any concerns of density or, compaction of residences.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think one of the best examples in Niagara is the Village in Niagara-on-the-Lake. It's right off 55, and it's a new urbanist neighborhood, and it does, I think, in my opinion, provide one of the best examples of a traditional neighborhood, and it's new.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And again, like I asked that question because we want people not to just start out in these homes, but hopefully live there for years. And when you start out, myself and my wife, we started out living in our home, just the two of us, but eventually kids come along, and so do additional drivers. So I want to get an idea of what that looks like as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikla. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the presenters, thank you very much for coming tonight and presenting your ideas. I hope you are open to the thoughts that are going to be presented to you tonight by our residents and by council and by staff. You did mention a number of things in your presentation. I know we're going to get into a lot of them as we go through and hit the report. The one thing I wanted to touch on was the concept of walkable and walkability, and particularly with the apartment building. And you mentioned it numerous times in your presentation about the benefits of it. And what you described basically outlines what every neighborhood is like. Every neighborhood has sidewalks. They are walkable. The thing that's missing that we usually have when we do have this type of intensity is amenities nearby. And you had a map saying that we're, I think, 7 or 8 kilometers away from the downtown. But if there's seniors or anybody with any mobility issues living in that apartment, it is not easy for them to walk down that hill and walk back up. Easy to walk down, not so easy to walk back up. And it's one of those things where it seems very out of place considering the neighborhood, the geography, and the landscape. And I'm just wondering if there are other concepts that may be more typical for that space that might meet the requirements of the community, that isn't necessarily required for walkability to get downtown and back uptown. It's just one of those things that doesn't seem, although there is walkability around, there is no real place for you to go other than to enjoy the outdoors, go to Ashby Park, go uptown a little bit, but it's not something you can easily go up and down to use without a car. So I'm just, again, it's more of a comment, but hopefully as you get more thoughts tonight, that's something that you can take away and maybe see if there's something else that can be done in that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify something. Already I've got the impression that there really are so many questions to be asked. And we only have so many questions that we can ask. So could you just clarify, please, what you're recommending as the chair for us for questions that we don't have an opportunity to ask, because they're not going to come up under the report necessarily, and then I'm just going to tailor my questions to your response.
Okay. Well, I would suggest that the developer is here with the with the architect or the designer, and so if you have questions to them, ask them now, and then we'll have our delegations come up. We've got 15 more coming up that will provide a plethora of questions. And then if there's any that they haven't touched on, staff will come forward with the staff report, and then we can ask them.
Okay, so am I allowed to ask more than 3 questions?
I'll let you ask 3, maybe I'll ask a question, then I'll let you back in.
Okay.
Okay,
perfect.
sound fair?
That's great.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for your proposal. And I guess if I was only going on the charming nature of the pictures that you showed us, life would be very easy. But these are very complicated decisions that need to be made. So let me start out by asking you a question in regard to the apartments. Am I correct that there are no parking spots provided for visitors to the apartment building? Did I read that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are providing 1 space per apartment. That's
space.
what's being proposed, and the visitors are intending to park along the street and the visitor parking that's provided.
Okay, so there are no parking spots within the complex of the apartment for visitors
On site, no.
on site. How realistic do you think that is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we believe that visitor parking can be accommodated on the streets.
Okay. And on Edward Street, you're suggesting that we have, that's where the parking is, you're suggesting the bulk of the parking is going to be. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, parking is indicated on every street.
On every street?
On-
And how
Visitor
many-
parking has been provided on every street.
Okay, and how many are both sides and how many are one side?
Um, 3 streets are provided on one side, and Edward Street is providing 2 sides.
2 sides. Okay, all right, I'm sure there'll be lots of comments on that. On the west and the south side, the transition is more defined. In fact, I'm just going to say that it's more refined. But on the east side, the transition is a rear lane. And while I think that rear lanes are very interesting and in certain settings, they're quite accommodating, it is quite an old model that is becoming a newer model. But what do you have in mind in terms of the cars? And, let's say there's going to be at least 2 cars plus visitors to those residences as well. What do you have in mind for them in terms of where they will actually park? The rear lanes don't appear to be very generous.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think if you're asking the question of whether the residents will be able to park, we have two spaces for every single semi and townhouse unit.
Including the cottages, Mr. Chairman?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, we're asking for 1 parking space for the cottage homes so that we can meet the affordability for those homes. In many cases, those can have 2, but not all of them.
Okay, all right. I think, Mr. Chairman, we're going to really need to see the fine points on this part, on the parking. Can you tell me how far the apartment is located from the very first original houses? I'm going to suggest that you give me that distance at the 3rd story. How far is it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if possible, if we could bring up our slide. In the report, it has the exact distances in meter and feet from the edge of the apartment building to the existing houses.
Right. Yes, that'll be fine. What is that number?
So we have, did you want me to, through you, Chair, did you want me to read it to you? go through?
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
So the furthest point is 414 feet. That's to the south. To the north, 396.3 feet. To the east, 374.3 feet. And the shortest distance is to the west at 237.6 feet. And you'll notice that we positioned the building to have the shortest side to the shortest distances of the existing homes.
Okay. I want to just talk to you about trees briefly. I know if I recall, there's a lot of willow trees on this property. And I'm going to make an assumption that they won't survive the development that's being planned. Can you tell us what you have planned for the replacement of those trees, the sizing and the quality of those? What is that plan going to look like for the entire property?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to you, Mayor Easton. The landscape plan is something that we do in detail at the site plan stage. So we're just early for that for zoning. But you will notice through all of our developments, we do robust landscape plan, and that is something that we would get to further in the process.
Okay, so we can look for a plan, and there will be a plan. That's what you're saying?
Correct. Through you,
Okay.
Mr. Chair, there will be a landscape plan that's submitted through at site plan stage.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask one more question. Will you tolerate that?
Why don't you hold that, your worship, and then, because we've got some others to ask again, so you've had your three.
Thank you.
We'll park you, and then we'll come back. Okay, fair?
It's very tough,
Ah,
Chair,
yeah.
tonight.
You've taught me well, your worship, right? Okay. There we go. Okay. Councillor Michalak. And two, I want to remind committee too that the bulk of the questions tonight should be derived to the presenters, right? Because it's a public meeting and we're going to, be able to, the opportunity to ask them questions. We're going to hear from the public, and then staff will be formulating a report after the fact. So like a lot of them directed here rather than to staff. So we'll go for round two. Hopefully you're not going to steal my question, Councillor Bernay, but Councillor Michalak, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to the presenters again. So I'm looking at this conceptual drawing. I'm looking at what's there currently, and I'm looking at what's proposed. And I'm curious, I still see a lot of land behind the church that looks like there could be a potential for further development of some sort. Have you discussed with the people at the Calvary Church what might be their future thoughts with regards to that open space?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have not discussed their future plans. It's a separate organization. My understanding is it's currently used for a nature school, but what they've said is that the parcel that has remained is their plans are to keep it. What will happen in the future, I don't know. I do know they are applying for a development application on their own as well for a renovation to the church.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michalak. Councillor Bernay.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to hold some of my questions for the report, but now that you're giving us the latitude to take the opportunity. So gentlemen, I'm sure you're very well aware, if you've met with some of these residents that are here this evening, you've heard it loud and clear, that over the years, some have had to deal with water issues in that quadrant in Lincoln for 3 decades. So I know you're well aware of it, and you've talked about doing something with storm water drainage and retention of tanks and stuff. But I'm wondering if you could speak to what your thoughts are on looking after that water issue that we have in that quadrant in relationship to your development. And then I've got an email that I want to read that might reinforce something for you. Please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Burnett, we have heard that. We've heard multiple concerns about drainage. We've heard people, sump pumps that run continuously. It's not something that we aren't aware of, and it came up several times. I'm not a civil engineer, and I don't want to speak to stormwater management planning, but I will say is that our civil engineers are working step in step with the town's civil engineers. They're aware of the issue, and that's for them to deal with. And our job is to make sure that we implement the approved plans put together by the professionals who understand how to manage that water. Thank you.
So through you, Chair, I appreciate that comment, but I just want to reiterate that the water problems are real. They're not fictitious, they're real. And there's a lot of people that are concerned that, you know, they've been dealing with these water issues in their basements with sump pumps for years, and they're very concerned that, you know, that with the construction and with the development, you know, that something might be exacerbated with, you know, the issues that they've been dealing with. So I just want to take the time, if you could, you know, give me the opportunity here, Chair. This is from a resident. I don't know if he's here this evening, but my monitoring system has identified as much as 1,900 gallons of water being pumped in a 24-hour period. He goes on to say that since 2005, he has replaced 8 pumps in his basement in that time frame. He has installed a high-capacity pump, a wireless monitoring system, backup pumps, and an emergency generator, and all designed to deal with a quick pump changeout if this was enabled in the water accumulation around and below his home. That's from one resident. I'm sure there's many that could tell you the same story. So I just hope that whatever you're doing to look after the stormwater retention that needs to be dealt with, that you're engaging with the experts so that, you know, this isn't going to come back to bite us in the proverbial behind. Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to, I was going to hold this for the report, but, so I just want to reiterate Mayor Easton's comments. So on page 30 of the 198 report, it specifically talks in table 15. Obviously, you guys are aware of this. You've been talking to staff for a couple years. That according to our RM3 zoning, that our requirement for parking, for resident parking, is 1.25 spaces per apartment dwelling. And you're offering us 1 space. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are offering 2 spots per singles, semis, and detached. The exemption we are requesting is for the apartment building, and we're asking for a 1 spot to 1 unit ratio. And also for the cottage style or wartime houses, if you will, we're also asking for a 1-to-1 ratio.
Yeah. But my question was specifically to the RM3 zoning, which is the apartment building. Currently, there's zoning right now to go to 12.5 meters. You're going to be looking for a zoning amendment. So I'm just speaking specifically to the RM3, which is the 5-story apartment. Currently, our zoning requirement is for resident parking 1.25, and you're offering 1. Correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
And in terms of visitor parking, currently our zoning bylaw, our zoning amendment calls for 1 space for every 10 apartment dwelling units, and you're offering 0 spaces. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, Chair. I will hold some other comments here to allow other people an opportunity. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly, one of the things I was able to do this week while talking to residents was spend a lot of time staring at Google Earth and looking at the surrounding community, the neighborhood to the south, neighborhood to the east, neighborhood to the west. And one thing I realized, and when I'm looking at your presentation, slide 2, where you're saying your vision is to blend in with the existing neighborhoods, make it walkable, less reliant on vehicles, provide diverse housing options and a variety of demographics, provide housing to meet the greatest need in Lincoln, and include a number of affordable attainable housing units. A lot of that can be accomplished with a smaller footprint. And I'm wondering why you didn't consider lowering the density, maybe making some of the private laneways become, or make greater or larger size lots to have no private laneways, and making it more congruent with the neighborhoods around it, as opposed to seemingly just, again, putting a bunch of puzzle pieces together that, again, check a lot of boxes of things that communities are looking for, but not necessarily meeting what that neighborhood looks like. Any thoughts on that?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I just need to clarify the question. Can you summarize the question for me?
Yeah, so you, again, on your vision, you're checking off a lot of boxes of things that you think this community is going to, or this little infill project is going to fulfill. But you could have attained those with having less density and making the neighborhood or the project fit more with the surrounding neighborhood. And I'm just wondering why you didn't do that.
Just through you, Mr. Chair, question for you. What parts do you believe don't fit or align with the existing neighborhood?
So the apartment, through you, Mr. Chair, the apartments, for one, the condo style, or the cottage style in the middle, and then the laneway on the eastern side, with those private, or the driveways to the south side.
Thank you for clarifying, through you, Mr. Chair. I think that something that I'd like to bring to attention for this answer is found in the report on page 18, which tells you actually, in all of Lincoln, in the last 10 years, only 42 purpose-built apartments have been constructed. So I'm going to tell you that to blend in to a neighborhood where apartments are rarely, barely ever built would be next to impossible. Therefore, we're integrating a use that's really needed in the community, but is very challenging to integrate because it barely exists and it's barely been built. That would be my one response. In regards to the singles, the semis, and the towns, we strategically lined them up 2 stories only with all of the existing neighborhood. We do believe, based on best urban principles, that is aligning and blending into the existing community.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Russell. Councillor Brunet, can you let me do a couple before I come to you? Okay, awesome. Couple questions. So with respect to the current entrance off of Hickson, and you've got the 4 semis situated there, any thoughts of leaving that entranceway there? Because that way, traffic wouldn't be put onto a couple residential streets, right onto Edward, which is a stub street right now, and Cherrywood. Be a short jog over to George Street and then to Mountain Street, come down to a signalized intersection at King and Mountain, as opposed to traffic coming either down to an unsignalized intersection at Cherry Heights and King, or Hickson and King, which, if you've traveled those at certain times of day, it's hard to get out. So just wanted to get your thoughts on why not leaving that entranceway when it's there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we had discussed the need for that access with town staff, and they determined that it was not a requirement. As you can tell by the stubbed roads, there are already provisions made to integrate the future development of this property into the existing neighborhood. We did explore that at one point, but it was determined it was not a requirement, and our traffic studies support that.
Okay, because that was, I mean, that's, revisionist history is one thing. Sat around the horseshoe here when we went through the fairgrounds. We had the opportunity to do an entrance at Park Avenue off of West Avenue, which would have alleviated traffic through the downtown. People coming from Grimsby to, say, go to the arena could have come down and around, and we didn't do that. So that would be my thoughts. And then my second question would be, and the apartment building, and I know you've heard in the pre-meetings about the height, but any thoughts of maybe doing it something like down around Casablanca, the development there, where you're spreading the building footprint out over the parking lot, and then maybe reducing the size? I mean, that way you might take care of a snow removal issue, right? Because the building would be over top of the parking. Save yourself some money in the long run, but lowering that footprint, but then still attaining, your number of units. Any thoughts there?
Through you, Chair. Yes, we looked at doing different designs. One of the things when you're designing an apartment building on making the economics work is designing a rectangle with a double-loaded corridor, 2 elevators in the middle, stairs often on the end sides. As soon as you start elongating, adding structural columns, et cetera, especially with today's construction cost, you start to drive the cost very high, and it's hard to keep any of those rental rates down. So we actually played looking at spreading it across, putting on piers, and when we ran our economics, it did not work.
Okay.
But good thought. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Brunei?
Thank you, Chair. So through you to Mr. Toth. So as a council, we have a responsibility. Our 2022 to 26 strategic priority talks about our council promoting and providing diversified housing options to meet the current economic landscape, changing needs of families and households, and the aging population. So specifically with regards to your 5-story rental purpose build that you're proposing, I've looked at some of your models that you're building in some other areas in Welland and so forth. I'm wondering if you could speak to the amount of the building. I believe it's currently 5-story, 75 units. If you could speak to what percentage of that building you're proposing to be affordable.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Burnett. We are looking at doing 105 unit. That's what we're looking for the zoning to allow. I will speak to that first. So the current rate would be 17.1% affordable, which would be 18 units. And when I say affordable, I'm going to define that just because I think it's important. It's based on 30% of the median income in Niagara, which is $41,000, and 72.5% attainable units. So that would be 75 units, and then 11 units that would be complete market at 10.4%.
Chair Patriba, could we take this opportunity, this window, to ask our Director of Planning, because we have a report in front of us tonight that we're going to be asked to look at, and that report clearly talks about 171 units and 75 units. Mr. Toth just said 105, so I'm a little confused. We have a report in front of us that says 75. He's talking 105. I'd like some clarification.
Sure. Mr. Bruder?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Councillor, for asking the question. I think there's a little bit of confusion here because as we moved forward, initially it was 105 units. However, when staff reviewed the parking ratios that were dipping below 1 space per unit, there was conversations with the applicant, which resulted into getting to that 1 space per unit, a reduction to 75 units. However, I know the applicant is looking to maintain some flexibility, wanted to at least have some verbiage to the effect that there was a previous, I guess, designed for 105 units, just to measure some flexibility, but again, contingent on hearing input, and the direction that we were going with based on our dialogue with them was 75 units in the apartment building.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that opportunity so we can get clarification, just so that people aren't confused as to what we're actually talking about here tonight. So just appreciate you letting me ask that question. So I have just one final question to Mr. Toth. So you have talked about, doing this affordable rental purpose building because you believe it's the thing to do. The demographics are speaking to the fact that we have population based on the statistics that we're hearing from the region of Niagara that are talking about, bachelor size apartments and so on and so forth. But for me, when we get down the road here, for me, the only way that I'll ever be able to support this is that if the affordability in this building has a long threshold. I don't know what your negotiations are with your funding partners, whoever they are, but I'd just like, through you, Chair, to ask Mr. Toth, in terms of the expectation that we can be looking at, down the road, is the affordability going to be held for this building for 20 to 25 years into the future?
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to Councillor Burnett, I appreciate you asking the question because long-term affordability is an important thing. Our original discussions were centered around the financing that we're going for through CMHC, which is tied directly to the mortgage. And in conversation with staff, I said, I am willing to commit to specific mortgage financing on title that's 10 years. But if we are willing to do a municipal agreement, so that between us and the city, I would be happy to commit to 20-year affordability. But I just am not willing to commit to the 20 years to be tied to the mortgage financing because so many things can change. It doesn't make sense. But through a municipal agreement, I would be willing to commit to 20 years.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Brunei. Mayor Easton. Okay, next.
20 years, okay, so this means we actually have to go through a second step here, and I don't have any idea, Mr. Chairman, what the timing of achieving that 20 years would be. Municipalities like Fort Erie already have the 20 years. It was done up front, so it kind of makes you wonder whether you're not better off doing a purpose-built apartment building in order to get the full affordability component of this. Do you have any comments on where you might be going with something like that as an alternative?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't understand your question, if you can clarify.
Well, if the issues around the length of the rental status are going to be complicated, would you be better off to offer that space as a purpose-built rental unit so that it could be rental ad infinitum for affordable housing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I still don't totally understand, but the proposal is for purpose-built rental.
Okay, well, I guess I'll have to get the staff to clarify it with you, but certainly what you're proposing for 10 years is not adequate. I mean, it's absolutely a non-starter. So I don't know at this point, because I wasn't clear about how long you were willing to consider that. Is it because of the amount of financing, the level of financing that you can get from CMHC? Is that a driver in terms of the length of rental period that you're talking about here?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, what it is I'm trying to best explain it. So the program that's offered through CMHC is a certificate of insurance, and that is set on your mortgage for 10 years. So in 5 years, something changes, 20 years down the road, we don't know what the economic climate will be. And usually what we would do is if interest rates come down, we want to refinance, et cetera. So what I'm saying is we're happy to commit to the length of 20 years for affordability. We have no problem. But the certificate of insurance and the financing through CMHC, we would do a 10-year program on. So think of those as separate items, because the commitment of the affordability and the way to, make sure that there's accountability for it, I would propose would be done through a municipal agreement. But the financing agreement through CMHC, that's a certificate of insurance, that would be on title for 10 years and tied directly to the mortgage.
Okay.
But the municipal agreement would be tied on title to the property so that it would have to remain affordable for those 20 years.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'll ask again, is it better in the long run for you not to build the apartment, but put that offer out to somebody else who would build it as a purpose-built rental facility for affordability units?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair. That's something that we haven't contemplated. Now I understand you're saying, if I understand it, to offer it to like a nonprofit organization or something different. I think is what you're offering.
You haven't thought about that?
No, we haven't thought about that.
Okay.
One of the key things that we feel we fill a gap in the market is providing mix. And we also believe that a mix of market affordable and attainable is the best for a community. Instead of a concentrated amount all in one building, you have a mixed demographic, you have a mixed affordability, so you have market, attainability, and affordability. Based on the research and the data that we've done, best practices, and this is part of the Niagara Regional Official Plan data that was presented to the Niagara Steering Committee, that doing that mix is found to be the best use.
Well, it probably is, Mr. Chairman, if you're looking at a big space, but we're really working with with a smaller area. So, Mr. Chairman, this is my last question that I have really relates to the green space. And maybe part of it, my visual, is because there was such a large amount of green space closer to the church. I didn't get a sense that green space was really being considered to any extent near the apartment building. Is there a particular reason why that wouldn't have been a good location?
Through you, Mr. Chair, our placement where we have the green space now was based on separating it so that it was a further distance from Ashby Park. And the thought was strategically, knowing Ashby Park is here, we placed the two parkettes at diagonal space separated to try to give an even balance to residents in the community. So that green space would be accessible for all, not just the folks of the apartment.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, are we to understand that we don't have a picture of the parkette? Not a rendering or even a line drawing that shows where, I think that I was under the impression that the public were looking to see where that was located.
I think on the one map, and I've got a color copy, it shows it as Block 7,
Okay,
right? So it's in green?
okay.
Is that correct? Yeah.
That's, through you, Mr. Chair, that's one of them.
Okay.
The other isn't as well defined, but it is within the public right-of-way at the juncture of Hope and.
Is that where the triangle sidewalks all intersect?
That's correct.
Okay, but it's not shaded in green.
And how big are those, Mr. Chairman?
Could you show that on the presentation? Are you able to show that, or does that?
So where you see the triangular sidewalk, that is within the public right-of-way. So that is a parkette, okay? And it will be landscaped to be open to the public as a meeting space or a gathering space. And then the other one, as you've already identified, is at the corner of Street A and Bush. We're still working through the discussions with staff regarding parkettes and the location of those and how they're going to be integrated within the neighborhood. We did have earlier conversations with Parks Department about another location, and there wasn't much appetite at the time to undertake that. So we're still working on it.
Okay.
Well, you'll have to forgive me, Mr. Chairman. I think that pocket parks do have that's really essentially what they are. They certainly have a purpose, but it's just anticlimactic. That's the issue with it. And so I'm looking for more in that area, in terms of green space, particularly since we have we've got a couple of good-sized parks that are within walking distance. I think you pointed out the distances somewhere in the report. So I guess we'll be having some more discussion about that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks, Your Worship. Councillor McCulloch.
Thank you very much, Chair. Believe it or not, I think it's only my third one, so through you to the presenter. So following up on the mayor's comments with regards to the 10-year timeframe of it being a rental apartment, I think what concerns me a little bit is there a possibility of after 10 years that this becomes a condo conversion? if there's not a 20-year commitment on title? Is there any plans of that occurring?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. That is a simple governance for you guys to take care of, because if we ever did a condo application, it would have to come through and be approved by town staff and by council. So we have no plans of making it into a condo, and the governance mechanism that would be in place is it would have to go, draft plan of condo would have to go through council.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that, and you're planning, you yourselves are planning on being the landlords and the management for this, or working with another party in managing, because being a landlord is not easy, and I'm not sure what your expertise is with that regard.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. We develop, oversee construction, and then we put professional property management in place. Some of our current buildings are managed by DMS, Property Management. They oversee over 25,000 units across Canada.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just one last question, and it's going down the same route as the timelines. And I know last week the federal government made some announcements with respect to attainable and affordable housing and going out to a 25-year timeframe. And knowing that, this isn't going to be able to take place until we do the sewer upgrades along Hickson, so we're probably looking at 2025. Any chances of extending it, you said, Drew, to 20, to that 25 to match up with any new federal programs that will actually come to fruition in the next few months or time frame? So we got you to 20. I'm asking you if you'd go to 25 to match up with the insurance rates and any new things, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering if we would contemplate it based on programs available.
Okay.
Our goal is to really maximize affordability and attainability. I would think that you would see that integrated throughout our developments throughout the region, and it really comes down to an economic feasibility. There's a reason why affordable housing is barely being built, because it's not economically feasible. So if there is other income streams and contributions that will stand beside us in what we're already doing, we would be very happy to extend the affordability. And thank you for bringing that up. I would extend the invitation to council to consider if there's DC waivers or tax incentive grants or other things that you would like to step beside us in contributing to help make more affordability to the project, because we would be happy to increase it based on other people stepping beside us to help fill this need.
Okay. Thank you very much. I see no further questions, so thank you for your presentation, thank you for your answers, and pull up a chair and get your writing pads out, because I'm sure you're going to have some things to consider going forward. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Good? Okay. So, our next delegation is Mr. Noel Walker, representing the Housing Select Committee. Noel, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Pachariva, Madam Mayor, councillors and staff, delegates and neighbors. My name's Noel Walker, and as the chair has mentioned, I'm the chair of the Housing Select Committee. And I'm glad for this opportunity to address you regarding the proposed Elevate Living development on Hickson Street. As mentioned in my correspondence and has been mentioned already this evening, the Council's priorities policy for 2022 to 2026 states that it is a strategic priority of Council that we be promoting diversified housing options to meet the current economic landscape and the changing needs of families and households in an aging population in the town of Lincoln. And I believe this development provides an opportunity for the council to demonstrate its desire to address this priority. In other correspondence with council, the Housing Select Committee has commented on affordable housing crisis that we are experiencing in the town of Lincoln. We'll have an opportunity this evening to hear from Niagara Region, and I'm sure they will mention that they estimate 500 or more households within the town of Lincoln that are experiencing core housing needs, and over 1,000 households are on the centralized housing waiting list. It is a crisis that impacts not only those without homes or those who are experiencing poverty, but the housing crisis impacts everyone in the town of Lincoln, homeowners, renters, and those who are seeking to find a place to live. If you're a business owner in the town of Lincoln and you're looking to employ teens or young adults in entry-level positions, you're going to need a variety of different housing options available to the residents of the town of Lincoln, or you won't be able to find people to fill those jobs. If you're already a homeowner and you want to age in place, you need the town of Lincoln to cultivate a variety of different housing options for your kids and your grandkids if you want them to live a few minutes away. It's not going to be enough to expect everyone who's looking to rent to move to Welland or to move to Thorold in order to find a place that they can afford to rent. Council, you have said that diversified housing options are a priority, and I believe the Hickson Street development proposed by Elevate Living offers the town of Lincoln an opportunity to address some of the issues related to affordable housing crisis in the town of Lincoln. A fundamental reality in this crisis has already been mentioned this evening, and it is a lack of rental inventory in the town of Lincoln. The last purpose-built affordable rental units in Beamsville were built in 1995 by the Vineyard Co-op when it was constructed. And in spite of all the building that's gone on in the town of Lincoln over the past 10 years, as has already been mentioned, only 42 purpose-built apartment rentals have been constructed, 36 in a 55-plus building at the end of Ontario Street, and 6 more in a building a couple blocks north of there. And none of these would be considered affordable under the Niagara Region's definition of affordable housing. In the proposal under consideration tonight, we are encouraged to see a variety of dwelling types and sizes in the plan and a purpose-built rental building, which is vital for creating housing options. The Housing Select Committee feels that this proposal can be further strengthened with a guarantee that the building in this proposal will be purpose-built rental building and not for owner tenure, and that we increase the number of affordable apartments in the building to at least 20% of the proposed units for the next 20 years. 20 for 20 sounds good. We feel that council has an opportunity tonight to create a hopeful precedent that could be used to make space here in the town of Lincoln for future generations. I grew up in Beamsville, went to school at Jacob Beam, graduated from Great Lakes Christian High School, and then went on to study at Brock University. I got married 30 years ago this year, this year, and was able to rent an apartment building on Hickson Street, just a block north of this development. I later bought my first house here in Beamsville on Garden Gate Terrace. And I'm sure there were probably people at the time that lived on Carriage Road and Hickory Lane in Beamsville that were not in favor of this development north of John Street. But it gave my wife and I a chance to continue to live in the town where I grew up, where my parents live, and where my friends still live. Now fast forward 30 years. My adult kids are graduating from Brock University and the Ontario College of Health Technologies in Stony Creek, and they're struggling to find affordable housing options. The Housing Select Committee strongly encourages council to consider our amendments and make their own stated priorities a reality on Hickson Street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Noel. Are there any questions from committee? Okay. Oh, Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to validate with the chair of the Select Committee that what he's presented this evening is the official position of the Select Committee. Is that correct, Mr. Walker?
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Brunei.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I wanted to thank the Chair of the Housing Committee for coming and expressing those comments, and you're absolutely right. We do have a responsibility, and we take that responsibility very serious. And, we are, going to look at this application at Hickson Street, to make sure that it meets all our requirements. And you've said it yourself, exactly what we're reiterating, that we want to make sure that we have the largest percentage of that building that's affordable for the longest period of time. And you also mentioned something about, those buildings, the Niagara Regional Housing buildings, and how we haven't seen any new buildings built in Lincoln since 1995. And I deliver Meals on Wheels to the Queen Street apartment. And, I can tell you, some of those buildings, as clean as they are, we need more Niagara Regional Housing units. And so if you can influence, as the chair of the Housing Committee, the Niagara Regional Housing to make a bigger impact in Lincoln, I see them building throughout the Niagara region, in Welland, in Fort Erie. There's been no investment in Lincoln. So I know CAO Kirkopoulos met with Chair Walter Senzik when he was the chair of the Niagara Regional Housing team. So if you've got an influence there to make a commitment and an investment in Lincoln, we could use all the help we can. And thank you for being here this evening. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Bernay. Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Noel, happy anniversary, for one.
Thank you.
And just a question, when the Housing Committee gets together and looks at these types of projects, do they look at the location that the projects are being proposed, or is it just the built form and the number of units that are affordable?
Through you, Chair, to Councilor Russell, yes, we get a chance to see proposals. This is something that's new for us. We had previously had a chance to see one proposal, but this one here on Hickson Street is the first one we've had a chance to really look at, meet as a committee, and come up with some suggestions that we would like to present to council. So we do get an opportunity to do that, and we would definitely look forward to the opportunity to offer some observations and some questions in the future as well.
Thank you for that, and through you, Mr. Chair. So with specifics about the proximity of this to amenities, to my first comment, any issues at all with, again, potential for the clientele that are going to be using these and the location compared to the amenities downtown? Concerns?
Through you, Chair, I think we have addressed the issue that, yeah, it is not too far for anyone to walk, but might be too far for everyone to walk. So it is somewhere in the middle there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I see no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next delegation, very apropos, is Jeffrey Sinclair from the Niagara region. Jeffrey, please go ahead. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Chair, council members, staff, and members of the public. I'm not going to take, wonderful. I'm not going to take up too much time. I didn't realize you would be able to put this up, so that's excellent. All I wanted to do is talk about the affordable housing need in Lincoln and leave that information for consideration. So my role at Niagara Region is I'm the Housing and Homelessness Action Plan Advisor, and a big part of that role is talking about the data that we have, that we share with projects, with developers, we share with local municipalities, staff. We have shared this previously several times with staff at Lincoln. So I'm just going to go over this briefly. We got our data done in 2019 and then updated in 2021. And this is the most recent data that we have, and we are looking to update this again. Given the changes in the housing market that have happened in the last couple of years since this was done, we estimate that the need has grown, but we don't have specific data on that. Although we don't think that the sort of buckets of it have changed that much so that it would be in the same, sort of the same types of households and the same income levels, but probably more households. So I'm going to go through fairly quickly. We look at core housing need, which was already mentioned. Primarily core housing need, although it does look at households where you don't have enough bedrooms for the size of the household. So that could be, for example, a single parent with a child in a one-bedroom unit where the parent's sleeping on the couch and the child is in the bedroom, or that kind of thing. That would put someone in core housing need. Also, if major repairs are needed, so a home is run, or an apartment is run down, electrical problems, leaking roof, mold problems, all that kind of thing. But in all cases, it does come to an affordability issue, because if you have a too small a unit or a poorly repaired unit and you have enough money, you either repair that or get a larger unit or a unit in better repair. So in all cases, it still comes down to affordability. And as was mentioned, we look at 30%, so a household cost, which for a renter would be rent plus utilities. For a homeowner, it includes your utilities and all your other costs, if it's a condo fees, that kind of thing. All of those costs would be under 30% of your before-tax income. So when we look at households in Lincoln, for core housing need, we see that the largest need by far, representing 422 households, or 76% of the need for affordable housing, is one-person households. So people living on their own, whether they're a recent graduate who isn't in a partner type relationship yet, someone who maybe there's been a family breakup, somebody's taking the kids and someone's trying to find a unit to live on their own. Those kinds of situations, or an older adult where maybe there's a spouse has passed away and they're looking to live in a unit by themselves. And so what we see is that 76% of the need is for singles, which typically would be a one-bedroom or a bachelor-type unit. We see 9% are lone parent households. Typically, that's a two-bedroom or three-bedroom or more, depending on the number of dependents. 6% or 33 households is couples, so couples without dependents. And then 8% or 46 households would be couples with dependents. And when we look at affordability, which is on the right-hand side, we break this out by income groups. We see that almost three-quarters of the need is for households that would need their housing costs to be under $1,000 a month, whether that's ownership or rental, in order for their housing to be affordable. So that's all the information I wanted to share. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sinclair. Any questions? We do. Mayor Easton, go ahead, please.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you very much for coming this evening, Jeffrey, and for bringing the regional perspective. One of the issues that Councillor Brunet referred to was the fact that we don't really have much action going in this area. However, I think it would be beneficial, Mr. Chairman, through you, if you spoke to the issue of how it is that some areas are really moving forward with a substantial, I put that in quotes because it's never quite enough, but there's issues of free land versus no free land, rehabilitating hotels. Could you speak to that? Because I don't see us with those assets to offer up, or I think we would be doing that without any hesitation.
Certainly. Not a political question at all, so thanks. But through the chair, thank you for the question. Through the chair.
I'm going to blame it on my colleague.
So, yeah, you're absolutely correct. Some of the municipalities that are moving forward, both in Niagara and outside of Niagara, some of the considerations are things like, which was already perhaps suggested, Mayor Easton, something like a private, a multiple partnership. So for a project, nonprofit, a private developer, and government, municipal, regional, working together on a project. That's one opportunity where everybody can bring their strengths to the table. Another opportunity that you've mentioned is land. Often, what's not successful is putting forward land, but for affordable projects, but then looking for fair market value. So in other words, if you have land as a municipality, or as a nonprofit, or because some are nonprofits, et cetera, church groups, if you're putting forward the land and then charging full market value for that land, it makes it much harder to do an affordable housing project on that, because then those costs get baked in. Where we're seeing success is often greatly discounted, and in some cases as inexpensive as for $1 a piece of land, which then that amount of savings can significantly impact affordability on the site. So again, as Drew mentioned, incentive programs, municipal incentives, some programs have matching funds at the regional level. And so, but those funds can't be unlocked at the regional level if there isn't a matching program to match at a municipal level. So often municipalities work, and I apologize because I'm not familiar with this in Lincoln, but an affordable housing CIP which then would allow for perhaps unlocking of regional funds or other funds as well. So there are a number of mechanisms. I believe staff have expertise and quite a bit of knowledge on what those options could be as well. But we're always looking at the regional level to find partners who are doing those kinds of things. And if everybody's competing to try to get attention for projects, whoever's putting forward the most appealing prospect, especially for us to create affordability, is where we're going to be looking at.
That's helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Brunei?
Very quickly, through you, Chair. So, Mr. Sinclair, I just wanted to, make a comment. I believe it was about 5 years ago, Councilor Timmers would recall, when we first launched a task force, a housing task force in Lincoln. It was, I believe it was 4 or 5 years ago, and we were launching this. We were going, okay, where are we going with this? We didn't have the land, as the mayor spoke about, and we were bringing in every group we could think of, from Elizabeth Zimmerman and the YWCA, Path Stones, Jillian Place, Community Care West Niagara. And I remember a meeting, and you were in our meeting.
Yep.
And one of the things that we always struggle with in those infancies of our task force was getting the proper information that was relevant to Lincoln. And so I thank you very much, because that information does tell us a story. And 5 years ago when we launched that task force, we really didn't have that information. And you're shaking your head, so you're acknowledging that, because, we were sitting here going, it was like throwing darts on a dartboard. Is it transitional housing? Is it this? Is it that? So the information that you're showing us, it's in our report, is valuable information, and for that, I thank you.
Through the chair. Thank you very much, Councillor.
Councilor Timmers?
Thank you very much, Chair Pachariva. So I have to take this opportunity. I was going the same place that Councillor Brunei was going, so thank you very much for this data. It's very important data, and I'm really happy that we have a lot of people here from the community that can see that data and understand that there truly is a need in our town. And finding land is very, very difficult to find a place to actually put a building. And Councillor Russell said, did we consider the neighborhood? Well, when there's very limited choices of where we could possibly put a building anywhere. So there just isn't the space. So we know that we need, diverse types of units. We desperately need rentals. So just from the region perspective, I know you talked about incentives and land and DCs. We haven't had a Niagara Regional building built, since the 70s. The first one on Queen Street. And it's still there, 60 units, and it's very successful. It's a very well-run building. And how do we get another building? And if we find a place, and that's what the Housing Select Committee was trying to do, is find a location. We need to partner with the region. So I'm really glad that you're here tonight, and I just want to put that on the table that we desperately could use, another building. But we have to find a place to put it. So I'm really glad you're here, and that's my comments, and I'll save the rest for the report tonight.
Through the chair. Thank you, Councillor. May I just make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So thank you for that. One of the things that I think is really worth considering, not every build that we do is a Niagara Regional housing build. So about 1,800 units of community housing across the Niagara region are actually under our rent supplement programs. And so what that means is we have a partnership with a private landlord where we are paying to make those units affordable for the tenants that are in them. And so there are several opportunities, perhaps a Niagara Regional housing build. There has to be a certain scale for that to make sense. Perhaps a partnership with a nonprofit or a cooperative could make a project happen, but there's also the opportunity, and again, as Drew mentioned, looking at a mixture of units or a mixture of households in a building is very important to us. And so, for example, if there was an apartment building built that had 20 units, 5 of those units maybe could be in partnership with the region to make those deeply affordable without bringing in a full Niagara Regional housing building. So I just mentioned that as a comment. There are a number of possibilities that we could look at working with the town on.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. There are a lot of different possibilities, and I guess I was stating kind of a simplistic look at just tonight in this forum, but yeah, absolutely. There are different forms and there are different types of affordable housing all under one roof, which is a very good model. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Sinclair.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation this evening is Mr. Vince Fiorentino. Is Vince here? Oh, okay.
First meeting, so please excuse me, a little nervous here. Nice, thank you for having me attend and be a part of this meeting with the mayor and all the councilors. I know a couple of you here, Tony and JD, and then nice to be around the community here too. I lived in Beansville for 10 years. We started out as renters here, and then we bought our first house on Ashby Drive. It's always been a beautiful neighborhood, and we live kind of right behind the church, so directly behind, but this project here is of pretty much interest because of the scale of it. So I think it was zoned pretty much it's originally zoned for institutional and multi-purpose use, and now I guess the application is going to medium density and high density. It seems like there's going to be 200 units being put in this proposal. A lot of my comments have already come up with you guys tonight, so I won't spend super amount of time on them, but it was, no green space really in the plans that we could see. On our papers that we got from the town, it's a 105 unit apartment building, which I think a lot of people might say that doesn't really blend with the landscape of the current of where we live, current neighborhood. And Adam, you brought that up. That was a very good comment. And we don't mean any disrespect to the people that want to develop this area. We think development is good. We just, from my standpoint, I would think that something that blends in to the existing neighborhood and that it's not super high density would be a way to go. I don't want to say anything bad, but I know there's issues with the Cachette development that's come down the pipe that was developed here and probably went through approval here. Issues with parking, not enough space, garbage, snow removal, you name it. There's lots of issues there. So I would like to address that. And when you look at this proposed development here, you don't have a lot of, I think you're missing parking, you're missing green space. You're going from medium density to super high density. And then, I don't know who all lives in zone 2 in Beansville, but if you ever try to access the downtown core, like at 9 o'clock in the morning when you're trying to take your kids to school or pick them up from school, you can't get through town right now. And that's with the existing infrastructure and existing level of homes we have in the town. So I ask the town council to take that into serious consideration, because you're talking about putting, again, 200 homes in this 5 hectares. Is it 5 hectares? And basically, I could hit a golf drive and, from one side, from the back, my backyard to cover this whole area, we're going to put 200 homes. So for me, it's pretty concerning. Again, we're excited for development. We think and still feel Beansville is a great place to live. We just hope that that's the people that develop this area make sure that you have proper setbacks, proper green space, the drainage that Tony brought up. It's a real thing. When it rains, our sump pumps run like crazy. The farmers planted those willow trees in the middle of that field to soak up the water. And I don't think these guys have I don't want to make assumptions, but I don't think they have the engineering in place to deal with that. So that's a big concern, and I think I've covered everything, but I'd like to thank the town councilor, especially Tony and JD and Adam. You brought up a lot of the things I wanted to say tonight, so I just, you know, you're hopeful when you have people that represent the people that live in the town, that their concerns are at least thought of before a project goes through and addressed. So thank you for your time, and I'll be done. You guys can take care of it.
Okay, thank you very much, Vince, and good job. Yeah, that's okay. Okay. Any questions from committee before Vince runs away? No? No, Vince, you're off the hook. Good job. Okay. Our next delegation is Mr. Keith Robertson, representing the Benchland Citizen Group. Keith, please go ahead.
Thank you, everyone, for listening to our feedback tonight. Really appreciate it. I actually think, councilors, you actually touched on a lot of the points I wanted to make. So did Vince. So I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I haven't lived in Beamsville as long as Vince has, but we've been here a few years and really do love it. Come to appreciate the small town feel, commitment to agriculture, connection to nature, and to be honest, once we met all these neighbors, I'm not going anywhere, I'm pretty sure. Two main things I really wanted to touch on tonight that I think are a bit of a concern, and they both kind of stem from the move from medium to high density. A big one being traffic, which I think you kind of touched on already as well. The way the single lane roads are kind of structured in this area, and you get into that zigzag intersection around Mountain and King in Ontario, there's not really a lot of places to go, and there's not really anywhere you can divert around it. You're kind of stuck, right? And you're already adding a lot of homes in the Lisani area on top of what we already have. We'll add these additional units here, and the amount of cars we're going to add to the area is at some point not sustainable, and there's really not much you're going to be able to do about it unless you route them up the escarpment somewhere. And the other really big one is, again, back to the parking, and you guys have already really touched on a big piece of it. If you haven't driven through the Cherry Heights area, please do. My big concern is that it ends up something similar to that. Like, literally, you couldn't find a spot to park on the street today if you wanted to. I'm terrified to drive through there and hit a kid or something running between cars. And I just really don't want that to end up being down the street from me, and even more likely, right? So I hope that's taken into consideration, please. I did read the Transportation Master Plan's wonderful, massive document, but I really couldn't find anything that kind of addressed these kind of things or the traffic patterns in this area. So hopefully that can be given a look. And that's it. Again, thank you very much for listening.
Sure. Thank you very much, Keith. Any questions from committee? Okay, I see none. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Mr. Rolf Swart. Yeah, okay. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Your Worship. Good evening, councillors and staff. Good evening, neighbours. Thank you very much for listening to my concerns about this project. You're being presented with the choice and the decision to amend your own bylaws in order to increase the density here, not once, not twice, but 3 times of what you have indicated yourself. From 120 units per hectare to 362 hectares. And with that, it's being presented to you by the developer, of course, as new urbanism, a catchphrase for living healthier and happier lives. And apparently we're supposed to get out of our car, and we can do that by means of a bold vision. And the bold vision requires the town of Lincoln and region to invest in safer road designs that allocate existing space for physically separated, high quality and comfortable bicycle facilities. And that's the plan, because that allows us then to deal with one of the issues, and that is the flow of traffic. Because that is what we're struggling with as one of the main things. It's parking, it's traffic, and it's water. So Right now, we're still in our cars. We're not on our bicycles, we're still in our cars. And what does this plan then submit to you as council? Look at page 9 of the transportation study. That lists the Vista Ridge development, how many units there are, 312 units. Then we have the phase 2, that's another 200 units. Then we look at the Lozani development that's coming your way as well to decide on Mountain Street, 4020 Mountain, 140 units are proposed there. Now assume that it's indeed 2 parking spots per all of those units. And then on top of that, we have either parking spots needed for 171, 201, or 207 units coming out of this development. We are looking at 1,653 parking spots to the south of King Street. Now, those parking spots eventually will be filled by vehicles. And that's not so bad, but those vehicles will start moving. And we have out of this submission as well from the developer, a trip generation table, page 13 out of the transportation study. And that says that at peak hours, there will be 248 vehicles on the road in addition to what we have already just out of this development. If you then extrapolate those numbers, and you look at the Vista Ridge Phase 1, Vista Ridge Phase 2, the Lozani development, combined with this, you are looking at almost 1,250 vehicles extra on the road during peak hours. Let alone the people that enter the church, the Calvary Church. They're added on to that as well. That's a lot of vehicles. So where do those vehicles go? They go down Mountain Street, they go down Hickson Street, and they go down Cherry Heights Boulevard to get to King Street. Those are really the only options. So the study then looked at the intersection of Mountain Street and King Street, Hickson and King, but it completely omits to look at Cherry Heights and King. Not part of the record. Not considered. I think that's an issue. That should be considered. Now, in addition to that, it fails to consider the de facto intersections they actually have at the entrance points and the egress points with the no-frills parking lot. Say what you want, but that is a stoppage in traffic. Many, many people now de facto turn King Street into a 4-lane highway. That's an issue that already have a concern. Now, it's also silent on the narrow nature and the poor sightlines at Hickson and King. And then it's going on tables that are, or traffic counts, that might not be accurate anymore. The main intersection that was looked at, that was already mentioned as a problem, is the one at Mountain and King. And that was considered to be a problem in 2019. And that's the study that is the basis of this submission by this developer. There's no updated count. There's no updated traffic count for the intersection of Mountain and King. It's the April 2019 study done by the region. Take those numbers forward, still use those numbers, then you get to, Mr. Chair? Thank you. In that intersection, 2030, figure 8, page 15 of the report, you have 824 vehicles moving eastbound, you have 641 vehicles moving westbound, and you have 432 moving northbound. And that does not include yet the Lozani on 4020 Mountain. Those are not in the report. That's a lot of vehicles. It was a problem in 2019 that intersection of Mountain and King is overcapacity in 2019. It's an issue in 2021. It's already overcapacity in 2021. It was overcapacity in 2022. The reports themselves, they have before you, indicate that people run the yellow and run the red. That's a signal that it's too busy. Now, you might say, that's not our problem. And certainly in 2030, what's our confidence level if we don't have it in 2019, 2021, or 2022? What's our confidence level for 2030? You might say that's not our problem because it's a regional road. Mountain and King are regional roads. But that is not what it ultimately is going to be, I understand, because we have that truck bypass route that's going to turn part of Mountain between Fly and King into the town road. The jurisdiction is going to be with the town. So if it's already a problem now, if people are running yellows and reds, people are going to get hurt. And in addition to that, the town will be named as a co-defendant in any litigation. If it goes wrong and the town did not consider this properly as a risk, you're going to be named as a co-defendant in litigation. That's a cost to the town. So what does the builder then say is a bold plan for doing this?
Got to wrap up, Ralph.
I
I
will.
gave you a little leeway to
will.
finish your last point, but we're over, so.
I'll go quick.
Got a lot more speakers, so, yeah, a few seconds, give you 10 seconds, just
Excellent.
close her up.
The bold vision for amending Mountain and King, change the setting on the traffic light. That's not enough. When there's 15 vehicles that you can fit between Mountain and King. Sorry, between Mountain and Hixon, between Mountain and Ontario. I have issues in relation to cost as well, but my time is up. Thank you very much for considering.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Russell?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, Mr. Swart, you did recite a lot of data there that is outside of reports. Is it possible that you could summarize that and send it to us in a quick summary, just so we can have it?
Absolutely.
To the Clerk's Department?
I'm happy to email. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I was writing feverishly, so, but yeah, it was, and that's one of the things too, going forward, that, for the speakers, if, when you register for the delegation, if you're able to provide us with the notes, so then we have them ahead of time, so like, that way we're able to digest them, like, we're all heads down writing like crazy because there's some great points, so, yeah, if you would share that with the Clerk's Department. Councilor Russell, great
Happy to do
question.
so.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
So our next delegation is Mr. David Jacobs. Okay, and I'm getting the hairy eye here from the deputy clerk. So people, 5 minutes. Talk fast, David. Okay, go.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Pachariva, Mayor Easton, council, staff, and neighbors. My name is David Jacobs. My wife and I live on Hillside Drive, a few blocks from the subject site. First, I want to present the backstory. There's a Housing Select Committee, HSC, and their mandate is to look at opportunities to provide housing for low and moderate income households. It is comprised of 5 citizen voting members and 2 council voting members, Councilor Pachariva and Councilor Timmers. I believe these 2 councilors have a conflict of interest with this vote on the HSC and a vote on council.
Okay, David, I'm going to stop you right there because we don't have a conflict. We're not making a decision tonight. I don't stand to gain any pecuniary interest, so I'm not in a conflict. And I've talked to the Integrity Commissioner, and I'm fine. So I would
Okay, we'll leave
challenge you on your line of questioning there because you're offside.
Okay. So, but there is a further piece on the HSC. The senior planner for Lincoln provided a memo to the committee on March the 14th, 2023 that referred to core housing needs in Lincoln and then comparing the town's data to the region's data. The region reported a core needs at 5%, the town reported 32%. The latter, from what I understand, was based on a Speak Up Lincoln survey answered by 94 residents out of a population of 26,000. Not a reliable result. That's all I'm going to say about that. As for the project, this is another in a long line of applications where the applicant does not adhere to the allowable zoning bylaw, which you know was approved in July 2022. Which brings me to the point of a thing called upzoning. I am familiar with this, having spent 45 years as a professional working in the real estate industry with builders and developers. Builders acquire sites with a given zoning and then apply for higher heights and density, and this leads to the real profits in a development. In this case, the current zoning is medium density RM1, which permits 3-story townhouses, triplexes, and fourplexes for the entire area. The applicant is applying to rezone part of the site RM3, upzoning 2 levels, which is high density and the only zone that will allow this 5-story purpose-built rental apartment building. Another big concern is the proposed density of this apartment building. The allowable density for any apartment building in Lincoln is 120 units per hectare. The proposed 75 units results in 257 units per hectare, more than double. Should the developer be allowed to build 105, as previously requested, this results in a density of 362 units per hectare, 3 times the allowable. Quite the overreach. You might ask how this could be achieved. Well, tiny units. I have no issue with affordable housing in Lincoln as needed. However, in this proposed purpose-built apartment building, truly delivering enough affordable units? They are offering 17%, 13 units as affordable. This happens to be exactly the midpoint of the 20 to 25% range required by CMHC. The Housing Select Committee is recommending at least 20% of the units be affordable as a possible condition for recommending this project, which would result in 2 additional units, so a total of 15 out of 75. Because you believe this apartment building checks the affordability box, does that mean you can overlook the boxes the apartment building does not check off, such as building form, an apartment building not allowed in RM1, height, 5 stories, not allowed, parking, below requirements, density, possibly up to 3 times what is allowed, incompatibility with surrounding properties, singles, semis, and towns, not close to town amenities, no transit, and very limited green space. So how can you give weight to this one questionable box when all the other boxes remain not checked? This site was never deemed appropriate for a high-rise apartment building, and staff have made that comment on the record. There are better places for this in the intensification areas already defined in Beamsville, where all of the other boxes would be checked. If you remove the apartment building, perhaps you can remove the singles and semis and build out the entire site with only townhouses, triplexes, and fourplexes, which are all allowed in the RM1 zone. Consider incorporating affordable units on either a rental or ownership basis within those built forms. Please make the right decision on this one and support the residents of this town. Thank you.
Any questions from committee? Okay, I see none. Thank you, David. Our next delegation is Eric Fishley. Eric, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Mayor, and Council and staff. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I've got 2 major concerns. I'm not going to belabor the points. The first is water. Every fall, I get my wellies on and my rake out and make sure that the nature school's yurt doesn't float away because that water pools up pretty badly. We've already talked about water and water management. There is a concern at Ashby Park as well. They put that bike track in and there's standing water. So we've been told by the town, don't worry about it. We've got civil engineers, but I think there's low trust in the water management, and that has to be answered. The other piece is the storm drains. When we look long-term, who manages those? When are they replaced? Who's liable if there's water issues, if the engineers make a mistake? I think that needs all to be answered by staff. The other piece is density. Mr. Swart covered that off really well. I'm not going to be able to speak to all those numbers, but I'll just say that the answer we get is it's a walkable community. Well, I'm an HR professional in financial services. Everyone's getting called back to work. FI's just announced 4 days a week. There's no employment in town. I don't know where these people are going to be walking. You need a car, and you can't get through the intersection there. So the density isn't approved on this side of King, and there's a physical impediment that no one here can actually address that we need to work through. And planning has acknowledged that this isn't the right location for this type of density. And it seems to be all predicated on this idea of affordability. I just want to talk to that in terms of there are significant headwinds coming within real estate. 60% of mortgages renew in the next 2 years, and the average cost is going up 33%. 3 to 10% layoffs are happening across industries. CBC just announced another 700 people today, unfortunately. You overlay generative AI, which is now in place, employment is at risk. There's talk of universal basic income. But that's not just me talking about this. The International Monetary Fund has identified that the Canadian housing market is the most riskiest of all 27 developed nations. And they've been sounding the alarm bell for a long time. 3.2 billion in bad loans have been allocated by financial institutions. Billions seem to switch with million, and people lost that. A million seconds is 12 days. A billion seconds is 31 years. That's how much bad debt is happening, and we're already seeing it hit the actual loan market within auto. So my question is, if this is all predicated on affordability, this building's going to stand for a long time, a lot longer than any affordability crisis that currently exists. And I'm not anti-development. We need development. We need homes. My parents had to leave Fawn Hill, where I grew up, because of health concerns. They couldn't find a place to actually age in place. They had to move to London to be able to afford that. So I'm for development. And I think we have a real opportunity here. Since I moved to Lincoln 3 years ago, I've been following development, and, you know, developers seem to flaunt our bylaws and the vision of our town. And I don't want that to be misconstrued as a criticism of this council or that town staff, because they work really hard before those votes come to this council, and I want to acknowledge their work. One of the pieces of work that we just did was the bylaw amendment where we zone this RM1. It's not old. It's not from the 1970s. And I know it's Matt's comments about fluidity. Yes, that makes sense. But this seems to be all predicated on affordability, which is a point-in-time concern. It's not the right place for the development, and you're going to build something that's going to have a long-lasting negative impact on that traffic flow. So we've got a great developer. Drew's met with us. We've got a great town staff that want to work on this, and we've got a willing council. Why are we going to RM3? Let's put our heads together and find something and actually use this as a template of how towns can work with developers to find meaningful solutions. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. Any questions? And I just want to set the record straight. You mentioned the pooling in Ashby Park. So when we had the grand opening there, we asked about that, and that's a design feature. So the water is pooled there around the bike, the figure-8 bike thing, and then slowly lets out.
Okay.
So that's what we were told by
appreciate
staff
that.
and engineering. So, yeah, I don't want you to confuse the two.
No, appreciate the
okay?
clarification.
No worries.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Our next delegation is Russell Durward. Please go ahead.
Thank you. To save time, I'll keep my niceties to good evening and thank you, everybody. So I and my fiance moved into Beansville into a rental unit in the Cherry Heights development 3 years ago. And most of my comments are going to be structured as 3 ways. One is a comparison of my experiences in the Cherry Heights development, how they can impact. Secondly is going to be some slight environmental comments. And then lastly is, as an individual who is transitioning from renting to buying, what I look for and what I think a lot of people look for in this community when they wish to move full-time. So when I come to the Cherry Heights Boulevard, specifically, I live on the unit at the intersection of Cherry Heights Boulevard and Ashby Drive, right at the stop sign. And so I have a lot of experience with the parking issues. We've talked about it, but I will just leave that the parking issues that we have in the Cherry Heights development really comes from the fact that half of the street have what I would call 1.5 unit driveways with the sidewalk cutting through it. And we see what the issues are with the street parking there, where realistically, I think a majority of the units have appropriately 2-car driveways or even more with the detached houses, yet we still have issues. I will highlight what I think one of the best features of the parking in the Cherry Heights development is what I would call the side street or off-street parking. There are designated areas that seem to cut into some of the side yards of properties, and I think that that is probably one of the best parts of the streets. Unfortunately, they're always super busy, but I think that that is something that should be prioritized, and I'll get to that when I talk about municipal services that have issues in the Cherry Heights development. So when it comes to issues with the parking, we've talked about the fact that there are concerns with kids being in the area, but I would also just stress the fact that it does lead to some anger issues with the individuals that reside there that leads them to taking decisions that might not be considered appropriate. And I will highlight the fact that the area right behind our unit is an undeveloped land right at the intersection of Cherrywood and Ashby. It is planned, my understanding, to be developed, but for a long time, it was undeveloped land, and it was frequently used as an unofficial parking lot for people who could not find parking. Ultimately led to a number of issues, and now there is a temporary construction fence that's up, and that's kind of curbed it. But it is something that I do wish to stress, that when local residents have issues with parking that is close and efficient for they do start to make decisions that might not be favorable. And now we start to have spillover into or street parking further down Ashby and even onto Cherrywood. So it is something that I think should be considered. Now, when I come to the municipal services, again, I think the two things that I stress are the snow plow when it comes through Cherrywood Heights or the Cherry Heights Boulevard, and the garbage recycling compost vehicles. They always have difficulties traversing due to the number of parks, and the snow plows either have the difficulties of not being able to actually plow the roads sometimes if the parking's bad, or will just completely submerge some vehicles as they try and get through. Again, I will stress that that does not seem to be the issue on the side streets that have what I again call the off-road parking that provides a full two-lane road for the snowplows to move through. The next issue besides the parking is, again, we talk about it, the green space. Specifically when it comes to Cherry Heights, when we first moved in, we were informed that there would be a green space or a park in the center of the Cherry Heights. I have noted that last week they just started the seeding and watering. Again, that's at least 3 years after we moved in. And I know that the Ashby Park has been functional at least for the 3 years that we've been here, but the grand opening was recent. I just simply make the comment that there never seemed to be, at least in Cherry Heights, a priority to get that green space operating and functional, which people wanted. And so that is something, again, I will make comment. Thirdly is what I call wind issues. It is pretty much a wind tunnel coming down Ashby and through much of Cherry Heights. And it is, I know, an issue that has some impact on the local vineyard with just the effect that the number of density of buildings with the wind. And it is something that I think should be considered when putting more density, some consideration to the wind movement so as not to have an impact. And then lastly, we commented about the entrances or exits that come into Cherry Heights. We have King and Cherry Heights, and then we have Ashby and Cherry Heights. Again, those are two very busy intersections, frequently have pretty fast vehicles going through, again, when they get angry. So my questions I put to the court, or to the council is, sorry, I do operate as a crown. I'm used to talking to a judge in court. But to the council, the questions are, what can we learn from the Cherry Heights and local developments that we can implement? And I will just propose 3 solutions that I think could be useful is, again, increased available parking, particularly this off-street parking, which I think is very useful and could be useful there. Prioritizing the building, actually, of the green space, promising it is always beneficial, but actually implementing it. And then lastly, there is the talk about civil engineering for the water. I think there should be some discussion about the wind.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Russell. And just to fill you in too, so you had mentioned that Cache Park you didn't feel was a priority. Well, I could show you emails that Councilor Brunet and I sent to Ms. McKay, our Director of Community Services, and our CAO. So what the issue was there is there was artifacts found.
Okay.
So we had to go through a whole environmental study, and then we had to engage the indigenous groups. And then we had a design all ready to go.
Okay.
Construction was supposed to start last year, and then the leadership of those groups changed. So we had to start from square one.
Okay.
So staff has been diligent in getting something finally through, and the design has changed a number of times. Now it's going to just be passive with, like we had interpretive features in there. The new group didn't want that. So rest assured, it's moving forward. We wanted it to happen much earlier, and it wasn't from lack of effort on any of our parts, so.
And sorry, Jeremy, I don't want any of my thoughts to be, or comments to be criticisms. It's just
No.
observations and what I thought.
No worries, and that's your perception. And, we've lived it, so I just wanted to inform you that,
Thank
yeah, that wasn't the case, so, okay. So
And-
Councilor Brunei, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So I appreciate you delegating.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate getting a perspective from someone that lives in Cachet, because I can tell you, as a Ward 2 councillor, I probably get more emails from any other thing, any other topic over the last 9 years that have come since Cachet was built out, all related to parking. So I ask you, from your perspective, from the time you've been there, because this is something that I've just recently been engaging our CAO and our staff with, enforcement. Are you seeing enforcement from your perspective to deal with parking and the issues that you spoke about? Are you seeing enforcement?
So I'll make two comments. Again, I don't, formality through the chair to Council Brunei. I have seen enforcement on myself. I will be full and frank. I believe I have received and paid 2 parking ticket fines. I will indicate that I was parked on my, not as an excuse, I was parked on my driveway, but I have one of those 1.5 units, and my vehicle, I had a Ford Focus, a small little vehicle, and it would, even in the half portion, would come somewhat on the street and somewhat on the sidewalk. I did receive some tickets for those. I've since moved to a larger vehicle, and now I have a merry-go-round of ensuring that either myself or my fiance more or less reserve the parking spot at the end of our driveway so we have something. But I will indicate, other than on myself, the only enforcement I've seen is in relation to the super mailboxes that are right next to my property that straddle the Ashby-Cherry Heights intersection and the Cherrywood-Ashby intersection. That is heavily enforced, I think largely probably because Postal Canada will comment regularly. Otherwise, I've not. I have called sometimes in regards to people parking on the opposite side of the street where they're not allowed to, sometimes 7 cars deep. I've been informed that it is beyond the hours that they will enforce it, and so I haven't seen enforcement in that fashion.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that, and I certainly wasn't putting you on the spot here to confess your tickets, but I hope you paid them. But on a serious note, sometimes you got to learn by your mistakes, and I'm very frank when I say this. Councillor Patcherive and I, we get a lot of complaints about parking, and we are discussing this with staff to the point where I said something to our CAO recently that we are afraid to do enforcement in this municipality. And he challenged me on that, and within a couple hours, he sent me data on the number of tickets and the amount of fines that have been generated, and I was blown away. So it's one of my concerns. I think we're going to continue to push that as we look at new developments in this municipality, sometimes we have to learn by our mistakes and make sure that we do the right thing. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Brunei. And Russell, I just want to let you know that misery loves company. So I, too, got a ticket. My sons came home from university, and we have a sidewalk on my side of the street. And if you're parked properly up to the garage, you can fit 4 cars. And the kids don't know that, so they weren't up far enough. I picked my car up from the shop. I had an oil change. I was coming home. I had to go to the bathroom, Russell. I had to go very bad. And the back end of my vehicle was hanging over the sidewalk. And I went in and did my stuff and came out, and $75 ticket for hanging over the driveway. So when they come home, I read them the riot act. But like Councilor Brunei said, there was a lot of leniency last year in that neighborhood, but with you mentioned it, with the snow clearing. So we have a Keep It Clear program that, when it's snowing, we ask you to get your vehicles off the road so that staff can plow it properly so you can get to where you need to get to. We had issues last year, intersections there at Cherry Heights and I think it's Fraccione.
Yes.
Snow was 2 feet deep. Plows couldn't get through, and there was vehicles stuck. So the CAO and staff have assured they will be diligent this year when the keep it clear is, and the only way to change behavior sometimes is a hit to the pocketbook. So, you know, Councilor Bernays said we've got some of that, we'll continue to do that, and hopefully that'll change, and, you know, we'll work with you, and Councilor Bernays and I have said, you know, deputize us, we'll give those tickets. We have no qualms. I'm out there walking the dog, and I see that, and having had it myself, yeah, so staff has said they'd step it up. So I'm going to go to Councilor Mikulak.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to the delegate. I appreciate your story because you are living in a relatively new survey that has been brought up by others. So I want to ask you a question. I don't want to ask too many delegates questions, but you in particular, like, do you have an issue with density? Do you, having lived where you are, is there a concern? Because there's some people, once upon it, like, there's people living on lots that are 60, 80, 100-foot, lots. And at one time, they probably didn't want to see this cachet development built. You happen to move there. You happen to be living there. Do you have an issue with density, or do you have a bigger issue with the parking?
So I came from one of the suburbs on the east end of Toronto. I'm quite familiar with what I kind of consider suburban kind of density living. Obviously, my fiance moved out here for a more rural, smaller, which usually is expected with less density. But I will be honest that I haven't had much concern about the density around me in the cachet. I will put the caveat that I am fortunate that my townhouse is an end unit, so I only have one direct neighbor next to me. I am further fortunate that they tend to live in their unit maybe 3 months out of the year. So I, in effect, would consider myself to almost be a detached unit in there. But I'm fortunate that the people living around me are lovely people, and I enjoy my neighbors. I cannot say the same for other people I know in the area that have the more dense center parts of cachet and have neighbors that they don't get along with, and they might have a very different answer. But to me, what more directly impacts me, and what, again, I still feel more impacts the people in the cachet, is parking issues rather than, again, the density around us, at least for the size of the lots that we have.
Thank you, and I appreciate your perspective and your thoughts and honesty on this subject, because as I'm sure most people know, we are under pressure as a council and, as decision makers to maximize use of any land available the first time out, not 10 years down the road. Could we have done differently 3 years ago? I don't know. So, we're in the moment, and that's why we're here listening to people like yourself. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I know there are no further questions. If I can just ask a question, I know for the delegate.
Russell, no, we can't.
No, it's about sending something. I know.
Okay.
Delegate Rolfe was asked to provide his notes, and that I know that I had much more to comment about that was maybe
Please.
a little bit more legal-minded. I just want to know if that is still available to be provided with the addition of all my notes that I had written down.
Yeah, and that's available to all the delegates tonight.
Okay.
We would encourage you to send in your written form for us.
Okay.
Yeah, no, terrific.
That was my only question.
Yeah,
Thank you.
sorry about that. That's a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Russell. So our next delegation is Liz Bennion. Liz, you're online. Liz is on the line, so going to, I don't know if you heard my preamble, Liz. So you got 5 minutes. I don't see Liz.
Hi, Liz, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. If you want to turn your, perfect, that's
There you
great. Thank you. Your 5 minutes starts now.
So good evening, Mayor and councilors, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight about the application at 4129 Hickson. My name is Liz Bennion, and I'm a resident of Vineland. And although I'm associated with several groups, I'm appearing on my own behalf tonight as a resident of Lincoln. I've been involved in urban planning issues for about 20 years. My main focus has always been on how to create livable, well-planned communities that meet the needs of all their citizens and that provide opportunities to live, work, and play while protecting our natural areas and agricultural lands. Both to reduce our impact on the environment and to be able to provide a bigger variety of housing types at a range of price points, I believe that we have to use our existing urban areas in a more efficient way. For those reasons, I am generally in favor of this development. It is within the urban boundary. There are no significant environmental features on the subject lands, and the proposed site is already surrounded by residential development on 3 sides, with a church, which initiated the development, on the other. It is relatively near to the town center, with all the amenities and opportunities that provides. It's the kind of land that should be used for intensified infill development. I'm pleased to see that the plan provides a range of housing types from single-family homes to micro apartments. Importantly, the project will include critically needed rental units, including affordable units. I understand the CMHC funding requires that affordable units remain affordable for 10 years. And I was happy to hear that Mr. Toth will consider extending that given partnerships and plans that he can work out with the town. I'm also pleased that the proposal takes reducing GHGs into consideration through multimodal transportation options, including EV charging stations for the apartment building, which will also be built to 25% higher energy efficiency standards than is set by the National Building Code. It's my hope that district energy proves feasible for the site. I'm glad to see that the option for heat pumps will be offered to all buyers, and it's unfortunate that the building codes don't make them mandatory for all new home construction. I know local residents have concerns about various aspects of this plan in particular, and also on the many impacts that rapid growth is having on our community in general, concerns which I understand and in some parts share. However, intensification in our existing urban areas will and must happen. In general, I believe this infill development proposal should be supported, but I look forward to reading the planning staff's recommendations when they become available. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liz. Any questions from committee? Okay. No, I don't see any, so thank you, Liz. Thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Angela Lytle. Angela, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Easton, Chair Pachareva, Council and staff, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Angela Lytle, and my spouse and I live on Ashby Drive in Beamsville in a townhouse with no sump pump, right next to the proposed development, and my sister followed us to this beautiful community and lives in the Cachet development at the bottom of our street. I'd like to start by recognizing some of the positive aspects of the proposal, such as the well-planned urban design code and the range of housing styles offered to meet diverse housing needs. I note with appreciation the time that Mr. Toth took to speak with residents. Recognizing our need to intensify in order to protect our urban boundaries and natural areas, as well as the climate crisis we're facing, I felt aligned with his new urbanism vision until he proposed a large, multi-story building that far exceeds the appropriate zoning for this site. The single merit of the proposed building is a potential affordable housing component, but I am of the view that what has been brought to the table, as has been noted tonight, does not offer sufficient value to outweigh the negatives. Many questions remain about the impact and the feasibility. I'd like to note that staff, as others have said tonight, have recognized that this is not an appropriate site for an apartment building. In his November 20 report made to the Housing Select Committee about this proposal, the senior planner notes, quote, "In normal circumstances, planning staff would not consider allowing a high-density residential use in the proposed location. This reflects that the site is not along a major road and is surrounded by low and medium-density residential uses," end quote. Let's consider some of the other challenges and limitations of the proposal as it is. As we've seen, only 17% of units, whether it is 75 or 105, have been proposed as market rate affordable housing for low-income renters, which is not subsidized housing, as we know. It's a small number, between 12 to 18. The limited span of affordability that has been offered is only 10 years, although that seems to be under negotiation. I still think 10 or 20 years is a drop in the bucket, as the town of Lincoln is working to update the official plan for future resident needs up to 2051. Looking at this from a human rights perspective, which is my area of professional expertise, we cannot say that this plan adequately fulfills the right to adequate housing, which includes the right to secure tenure, which means not having to worry about losing your home in 10 or even 20 years. The hourglass will be ticking for those residents, so this is an interim measure at best, and maybe not at this site, but I think we can do better. Financing sources for the proposed building are limited and as yet unconfirmed, so we have some concerns about how it will roll out. The applicant has indicated the intention to apply for the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation MLI Select program, which offers developers incentives based on points given in 3 buckets. 2 buckets we've heard spoken to, the proportion of affordable units, the second being energy efficiency, which are both good values. The third is accessibility, and I haven't seen anything to date in the documents from the applicant mentioning accessibility, which is another important social good. I'd like to note that the process of applying and being considered for MLI Select funding can take 1 to 2 years and is not guaranteed, which leaves us open to some risks that have to be considered. The building thus raises many questions. Why is the proposed building so large in height and scale, such that it will stick out drastically from the surrounding neighborhood? To qualify for the MLI Select financing model, a project only requires a minimum of 5 units for eligibility. So why isn't the developer looking at smaller build forms, both in height and scale, that are more appropriate for this neighborhood? What happens to the building if the CMHC funds are not approved? What happens if the building is approved and the rezoned property is sold to another developer, as we've seen in our community? Is that developer bound to the affordability and/or attainability commitments that are made? And what precedent is being set for other developments by allowing height in this area? We recognize the need for affordable rental housing. However, attainable home ownership also continues to be a huge concern in our country and community. So why not build more cottages, towns, bungalows, semis with accessory units, duplexes, triplexes, even stacked towns, and stay within the zoning and frame of the neighborhood while still meeting a diverse range of housing options? Beamsville is not an urban center, and we lack key services and amenities that are found in true urban settings. In my opinion, despite the need to intensify, this is not an appropriate site for micro-homes. Having looked at the development in Welland and seeing bachelor units between 250 to 300 square feet, 1-bedroom units less than 400 square feet, which is another one of Drew's buildings, those are only livable when residents have close access to amenities and services. The truth is, as it's been said tonight, that we are a car-based community that requires travel to nearby cities for medical needs, employment, and other daily needs. I'm almost finished, Chair, if you'll indulge me. The applicant's vision of a walkable urban zone appeals to me. However, this is not the lived reality of our neighborhood. Speaking personally, after 25-plus years of trying to avoid the need to drive, I am currently working on getting my driver's license because I can't meet my most essential needs in this community without a car. It's not fun to take it with the teens. What is the Town of Lincoln's master plan to support housing affordability? I don't ask this question to minimize the challenges that you face as council, that staff faces, but again, from a human rights framework that I work, we have to look at the limitations, but we also have to dream big and look at the obligations that we have. Why are we dependent on just a handful of affordable housing units in this site when there are other more appropriate sites around town that could hold larger scale apartment buildings closer to amenities and services? Can the Town of Lincoln work with Drew Toth and his vision for a future site of affordable housing, such as around the former high school or somewhere else in a higher intensity area that will support this kind of density? The other comments I wanted to make tonight were around the parkland, and they have been made, but I'll just end by saying that we love this community, the uniqueness of it, our neighborhood. It was a very hard slog for us as first-time home buyers to move into this community, and we want the future residents to be able to enjoy the quality of life that we are enjoying. So we support many aspects of the development, but with the building, we really just don't see how. This is not the golden goose that we're waiting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Any questions from committee? No, I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Britter, would you like to provide some comments?
Yeah, I would. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just maybe just a couple of clarifying points, as I've heard it come up a few times, just referring to staff saying that this isn't necessarily a suitable location for the proposed apartment building. I think while it is true, you know, when we look at this site, this wasn't the initial kind of vision of what could be included on this site, so that part is true. But at the end of the day, why we're here, why we thought at least it was important to bring forward for consideration and for the input that we're receiving tonight is in recognition, when it comes to any type of affordable housing endeavor, these pro formas, these developments that are put together can often be very fragile and difficult to assemble. There's a lot of moving parts. It's very difficult to make them work. We had a site here where there was willingness from the applicant to look at that. As a matter of fact, that's what they initially proposed. Again, a lot of good comments tonight, a lot of good comments about term and about the amount of units that are affordable, all well taken. But at the end of the day, that coupled with the ability of this site to provide greater transition, I heard it mentioned earlier, some sites that are identified in intensification areas for more intensified development, that's true. But with a site like this where you're a much greater distance from any property line, we at least felt it necessary that we should bring it forward for consideration. But again, we're here to listen to the input received tonight, a lot of good comments, and we're going to be hearing plenty more, I know. I just wanted to highlight that while that's not necessarily untrue, these are the reasons. It wasn't just simply because of the affordable housing component. It was a bunch of things playing together that we thought it important that this proposal be considered. So thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bruder. Our next delegation is Lynn Elliott.
Okay, I'm a first-timer. So, good evening, everyone. A great turnout, similar to the Victoria Shores meeting. I'd like to thank the previous speakers for how eloquently they've stated their cases and for the hard work they've done to bring their presentation here tonight. We're so fortunate to have people that are thinking about alternatives to the plan that is before us. Let's start at the very beginning. It's a very good place to start. With the early pioneers, as I like to refer to them, our founding fathers. They toiled hard with this land and have given us such a beautiful, beautiful area. Jacob Beam, the founder of this town, has a town named after him and a school. Senator Gibson, a school, and Moses Rittenhouse. Moses was a great philanthropist, I'm glad I got that word out, to Vineland, having a school and library named after him and donating thousands of dollars to the area and land to the government so they could carry out horticultural research, known as Vineland Research Station. I'm sure he'll be turning over in his grave at the proposal that was before this chamber a few weeks ago. Other notable families of this area: Culp, Moyer, Albright Manor Long-Term Care Facility on Mountain Street, Kratz, Hansberger and Tufford. All great hard-working pioneers finding refuge and a new life in Canada. We have so much to be thankful to them for. Moving on to the present. For the past number of decades, particularly in Beamsville, housing development has been for the residents of the town of Lincoln. Sorry, it has not been for the residents of the town of Lincoln. Now it's our turn. This proposed development can be for the residents, with the exception being the apartment building. It's more suited for a location outside the town and also the density of the site. Affordable housing in the missing middle is a hot topic and no one seems to have the solution. With a bit of endeavour and thinking outside the box, this is the ideal situation to bring that to Beamsville. Planners and architects, not only in Canada but worldwide, are trying to find the solution. Let Beamsville find that solution. Be 21st century pioneers and create a blueprint showing that it can be done. Better Neighbourhoods as a development in Welland, 699 Niagara, where a 372 square foot bachelor apartment rental of $1,489. Think about that square footage for a moment. Your average kitchen ceramic tile is 12 by 12 a square foot. And if my maths calculation is correct, don't count on it, that's over $40 a square foot a month. How many people feel that they can live in a 372 square foot space? Not me. We urgently need affordable housing. I would suggest that this is not it. So this is a bachelor apartment. Imagine what the price would be for a bedroom, one bedroom, etc. Equally unaffordable. Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation recommend that mortgage or rent plus utilities is 32% of your salary. So in order to afford this bachelor apartment, you have to be earning $4,800 a month. If you're on a minimum wage, $16.55 per hour, it will take you 3 weeks of working in order to pay the rent, leaving you with just under $500 per month for your utilities and all the associated living costs during this time of high cost of living. $500 is not going to go very far. From ZipRecruiter, what is the average salary in Niagara Falls? As of November 23rd, the average annual salary in Niagara Falls is $43,514, approximately $20.92 an hour. This is equivalent of $836 a week or $3,626 a month, a shortfall of $1,174 a month for this bachelor apartment. Most salaries in Niagara Falls range between $34,250 to $50,500 annually. Given these numbers, is this bachelor apartment at $14.89 a month attainable or affordable? From NiagaraRegion.ca, our attainable housing team will concentrate their efforts on bringing innovative ideas forward that will facilitate and accelerate the construction of more attainable housing options across Niagara, and to help build more homes and address the missing middle. They list 3 projects, one of which is Affordable Housing Opportunity. The Lyons Douglas project in Fort Erie will introduce 62 units of affordable seniors infill apartments. An investment of $75,000 to $150,000 per unit will build affordable housing today. Their call to action: let's work to ensure that Niagara remains a home for all. Let's grow better together. I couldn't have said it better myself. 3 paragraphs, please.
Quickly.
I've been going quickly. I'm like a jet fighter.
You're a first timer. I thought you'd be even quicker, but go ahead.
I'll go back to the very start of my presentation, our early pioneers, founding fathers. Town of Lincoln councillors and staff, you are our 21st century pioneers. We look to you to bring what the residents of Beamsville and Town of Lincoln needs for themselves, affordable housing. So in conclusion, look at what government regional funding is available and design this build accordingly. Make it affordable for the residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Any questions from committee? Okay, I see none. You're okay, Lynn. I thought maybe they'd ask and you'd get back in your chair, they'd have to come back, but you're okay. So our next delegation this evening was Mr. Michael Seaman. Michael has withdrawn his delegation because he's got a work priority that he needed to attend in advance in Toronto of their last council meeting, so he won't be able to present. But we all have his letter, which submitted last week, and it's part of the record. He's also spoken with Councillor Brunet and myself and our Director of Public Works. Now, he did raise a couple issues that haven't been raised tonight, so I'm just gonna say what they are. So the mature trees on Hickson Street and the impact from the servicing improvements. Traffic speed on Hickson. And it's funny, at our ward meeting, Councillor Brunet, we got both ends of the spectrum. So we heard from Hudson Sweet, who said there's an issue but doesn't want anything done. But then we heard, I get a call probably monthly from Kenny Lounsbury, who wants speed bumps and some traffic calming done. And we're told that will happen with the upgrades. Touched on the height and transition, Hickson Street lot and development, and then the concept plans for the church lands. So our next delegation is Joe Hubie. Is that right? Did I pronounce that right, Joe? Hube, okay, because people butcher my name, so I had a 50-50 chance, so.
All the time.
Okay.
This has been a real education. Thank you. Are you guys here all the time? You know I'm coming next week? Perfect. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Town of Lincoln employees and councilors, Chair, and representatives of Elevate Living. Thank you for all this. This is great. My name is Joe Hube.
Joe, can you yeah, please.
My name's Joe Hube, and my family and I live at 4953 Kennedy Street. And we're all very proud residents of Beamsville and have been for 15 years. Our property backs onto the southeast corner of the proposed development, and we have neighbors who front onto Ashby Drive on the side. In the 15 years that we've lived here, we've been lucky to enjoy the church property as our open green space backyard, but we've always known that at some point the church would probably sell the property for future development. It seems that time is now, and we welcome the opportunity to participate in the planning of the development, and thanks for all this. I did want to acknowledge here that the church has always been a great neighbor for us all, and we really appreciate that over the years. My wife and I are not opposed to development, and we understand the need in our province for more housing. Our hope for the future development has always been that its appearance and feel would blend in with the existing neighborhood. But we, like others in our neighborhood, do have some concerns about the proposal presently in front of the council. The items that I will discuss are the density of the dwellings, the height of the buildings, and the water management. Others have touched on the traffic and infrastructure as well. Our first concern is related to the density of the proposed development. The concentration of dwellings in the apartment building and the small lots and small setbacks are a concern for us. They aren't consistent with the current look of the neighborhood. In our specific location, which is the southeast corner, the existing plan proposes 7 townhouses crowded into a small space at our backyard. From the plan, it appears that these townhouses have no front yards and very small backyards. These look like the smallest lots on the whole development, the whole 5 hectares. The parking lot style parking on the lane in front of the units looks like a major congestion problem waiting to happen. It's at the entrance of lane E, so it's going to be a real bottleneck there. 14 cars parked in the front of these townhouse units will make the lane largely or often inaccessible, it seems to me. As the parking situation in Cherry Heights subdivision is shown, homeowners often have more cars than developers think. We're also concerned that municipal services such as fire, ambulance, and garbage removal will have difficulty accessing this corner of the development. Snow removal will be a huge problem due to proposed parking on lane E. We feel the plan for the southeast corner should be re-examined. One option I'd like to mention is the possibility maybe this corner would be a better place for parkland, green space. Just by its very nature, it's a very congested corner. With respect to building heights, we feel that a 5 or 6 story apartment building is completely out of character with the rest of the neighborhood, and are hopeful that a solution resulting in a lower building can be found. We're also concerned about the height of the planned homes and townhomes overall. We hope that they will not be constructed taller than 2 stories. I think that's what all the proposals are, and that's good. 3 stories is just a bit much. The last item I want to address is personal for our home. It's a stormwater stormwater management. Our backyard will abut the backyards of the townhouses on the southeast corner of the development, and our yard currently sits at the low point from the houses on Kennedy Street. So there's 10 or 12 houses. Water, all the backyards are sloped away from the houses. All that water runs down towards our end of Kennedy Street. There's a catch basin in our neighbor's yard on Ashby, and this conducts all that water from her backyard to the stormwater pond on Ashby Street. We're concerned about the surface water in this instance. Given the lack of green space in the development and lack of grassed areas, and it seems very little opportunity for rainwater to infiltrate, we fear this could affect our neighborhood. If people that back onto this development on Ashby or on Kennedy, we think this could be a problem. So when it comes to water, I just have some questions for you all to consider. What assurances do we have that stormwater and groundwater management has been adequately planned for? Is the stormwater management pond on Ashby, is it to be used by this development? And if so, does that pond have capacity going forward? We've got like 30 seconds. We have heard talk of underground storage tanks. What's the experience with these? Where will they be installed, and can we be assured they'll be adequate? And finally, in the event that this development makes things worse in my backyard due to backup of water, who knows what, due to increased runoff, who's responsible? Is the developer responsible? Is the town responsible? What's going to happen going forward? And just as an aside, if anyone from the town or anyone from the developer wants to come out and take a look at what I'm talking about, I know it's on your plan, it's on our deed that this flow exists, but I'd be happy to have somebody come out and take a look, and I'll certainly show you what we're up against. Okay? That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Joe.
Thanks for the opportunity. It's awesome.
Yeah, very good. Councilor Benet.
Yeah, through you, Chair, to the delegate. So I really appreciate you pointing out some of these stuff that specifically will impact things on Lane E. Councilor Pachariva and some of our planning staff can attest to the fact that, and anyone that lives on, really on Cherrywood, one of the things that we had to deal with after Cache was well underway was how it was impacting people in the backyard on Cherrywood. And we were there, we were there fighting with the developer, working with the developer to come up with some solutions. And staff was there to help us. But if we can alleviate some of these things now, well ahead of it, I'm sure that that's what we all want to do. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. Councilor Pachariva are always, we're both available to go offline and meet you, and if we need to bring staff there, and that goes for anyone that's in the chamber.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, everybody.
Okay. Our next delegation is Herb Sawatsky.
You can have your pen. I had my own pen. I had my own pen.
All right. Good day, and greetings, Chair and Mayor and Councilors. Apparently that's the form, right? Oh, and staff, too. And the fine community of Beamsville. My name is Herb Sawatsky. I'm actually a resident of Fenwick. I'm here to speak to this issue because I'm also a climate activist. I'm a part of the group called 50 by 30 Niagara. You may or may not have received emails from us. We advocate that every municipality do everything it can to reduce emissions as much as possible. That's relevant here because emissions through municipalities, I can say that word too, go through buildings. They go through vehicles and they go through buildings. And while it hasn't been pointed out yet, Drew Toth in his presentation did show that they're taking steps to make heat pumps a viable option for this community development. I want to, however, focus on this thing that has not been mentioned yet. Niagara as a region is expected to grow by 300,000 people by the year 2051. The province has targets for every municipality. I don't know what the targets are for Lincoln, so if you want to shout that out to me, that would be great.
36,600.
You want to increase by 40 or increase?
From 24,000.
So you want to double. So you want to double in Lincoln in 20 years, right? How many people in the community knew that Lincoln is going to double in size by the next 20 years, right? I support this development because mixed-use, higher-density development is the best way to deal with a whole host of social issues. How is Lincoln, and Niagara-on-the-Lake, where I work, is slated to add an additional 15,000 people, right? How are we going to do that? I notice that a number of the speakers so far who have lived in Beamsville for 10 years, 15 years, 3 years. Now, they're all fine people, right? Some of them have enviably thick heads of hair, quite admirable. And I'm very confident that the people who will be moving into Beamsville over the next 5 years, 10 years, 30 years, are also going to be good people. But where are we going to house them? And how are we going to deal with that level of density? If we go with sprawl, and developers who are not named Drew Toth are always telling us that what people want is single-family homes with backyards and front yards and driveways. Well, that's sprawl. That's sprawl. And that goes into greenbelt lands, that goes onto farmlands, that means drying out wetlands, that means getting rid of woodlots. No community can absorb as many people as you just said through sprawl. We also need a varied, and we have been talking about affordability a whole lot, but really in our conversation so far tonight, when we've been talking about affordability, we've been talking about social housing. One of the previous speakers gave us the correct definition of affordability, which is 30% of your income. 30% of your income. That's affordable housing. If I heard correctly and understood correctly, and I may not have, but if I heard correctly, the current zoning for this property is for duplexes and fourplexes. That is one price point. What the developer is suggesting, what Drew and Better Neighborhoods are suggesting, are a variety of homes at a variety of price points. It appears as though, and another person who seems to have a fair bit of awareness with real estate also spoke earlier, so they may know better than I do, but it appears that the base price for a home right now is $600,000. That's the starting price for a home. I know that for me, my case, and I'm highly confident it's the case for most people here who've been in a home for 10 years or more, that I would not be able to buy my house today if I had to buy it today. I'm grateful and I am fortunate that I bought it 10 years ago. In fact, I'm really fortunate that I got into the market 20 years ago. My kids will be getting into the market in the next several years, maybe. Our kids, where are they going to buy a home? Overwhelmingly, we want our kids to grow up to live where we live. Most of our kids want the same thing. I'm in Fenwick because that's where my wife grew up. We moved back to Fenwick because we want our kids to be able to afford to live where they can. I guess I'm done. No applause necessary. Thank you. You are nice people.
Thank you very much, Herb. Any questions to Mr. Swansky? And I do enjoy listening to you on CKTB when you call in on Walter's show, so thank you. Our next delegation is Christopher Webb.
I've been here 20 years and I got no hair either. Yeah, no, thanks. Okay. Picture? Oh, where are you going? I gotta go. The fun's just getting started. Wow, look. She just blends away, huh? She just blends away. Okay, guys, I'm Chris Webb. I will try to go slow. I can't promise that I will, though. So thank you, Mayor, councilors, staff, and presenters. Thank you very much for allowing me to provide what I feel are some important points about the proposed development here on Hickson Street. So when I first saw the notice appear on the Calvary Church site, naturally my reaction was, why would we need an apartment building there? I did some research, kind of soul searched a little bit, came to the conclusion, yeah, like, why is there an apartment building there? There's just no need for it. Anyhow, so to be clear, I am not anti-development. Those who know me understand that I make my living by cladding multi-story buildings just like this with glass and metal, make them look beautiful. However, I'm a proponent of smart development and infill practices that don't include trying to force fit an apartment in a site just because it's the only option that we have at the time. I'm not sure if you guys understand that this is being pushed more as timely rather than timeless. I'm not sure if maybe anyone's been down to the beautiful condo on King. That's a rental building that, from what I can see, is not even full yet. So I'm not exactly sure why we need all these rental apartments. This site is virtually landlocked, and while I understand that Drew and Dan have experiences creating some great-looking neighborhoods here in Niagara, their previous endeavors are vastly different than what they're proposing here on Hickson. Based on my understanding, Drew is proposing what appears to be a very similar design to 699 Niagara, again, I saw those pictures in the new neighborhood design manual, so I'm not exactly sure what he's going to do there. Which, it's a fairly simple yet functional purpose-building apartment building that is located on Niagara Street, which, correct me if I'm wrong, has 5 lanes, 2 in each direction, and 1 center turn lane. Nothing like Ashby Drive's construction, which includes 2 lanes, one of which is generally taken up by parking. I've read a lot of info about pedestrian-friendly and human-scaled buildings. If you guys look at my picture here, which is to scale, by the way, there's no chance that's human-scaled. That doesn't even remotely come close to that. Doesn't blend in the neighborhood at all. However you look at the graphic created, blah, blah, blah. This is a well and rather large wall that I don't believe that a 5-story building with an eave height of 20 meters, 60 feet, is humanly scaled at all. The building will tower over the existing church and will appear like a giant block in the middle of a field. I'd like to know how you plan to nicely integrate that into the neighborhood with a scenario that's like, with our existing neighborhood. Any development and intensification at this site will have a negative impact on traffic. We all know that. And the question becomes then, how much additional traffic can be properly managed? It's my opinion that there's a beneficial solution for the site, which includes any and all build forms currently permitted under the RM1 zoning. Perhaps Elevate looks at eliminating some of the single homes in favor of providing more of the semis or townhomes, maybe even some fourplexes. This dramatic increase in density created by the multi-story apartment building, it just has too many negative impacts sorry guys. I understand that Elevate is trying to do the timely thing and provide affordable options at a time when this requirement is being so politicized. However, this is simply not the right site, and everyone, again, including planning, understands that this is not the right site. So therefore, Dan and Drew, I ask you, if your intentions are really to do well for the people, and you want to create a purpose-built apartment as part of your legacy, then you should look at like real sites, such as the ones that are for sale on Ontario Street at Green Lane. So essentially, I'm kind of saying, obviously, I'm not for the apartment building, for sure, but happy to work with everyone to find a better, mutually beneficial solution for this site. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thanks, guys.
Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Patrick, through you to Mr. Webb. Thank you for your presentation and that conceptual drawing or that image.
Kind of rendering it.
Yeah, so just curious, like it's hard to know scale. It's hard to know what the finished product will look like, the actual impact or the possible impact. Are you opposed to any sort of multi-story building at all, whether it's 2, 3, or 4-story apartment? Do you feel
3,
fine?
no problem. Like I said,
So
as
you're-
long as we stick within an RM1, I'm totally cool with it.
So you're good with a 3-story apartment
Yep.
building then,
Yep.
of that size or that?
For sure. We have one in Hickson. It
Yeah.
blends in
No.
perfectly.
No, fantastic, thank you. I'm just, again, like I'm here as a counselor, listening to everyone.
Totally get it.
Trying to learn as much as possible about the area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, so, thank you very much for all the delegations and your presentations. There being no further registered delegates, are there any persons present wishing to address committee and provide new information regarding the official plan zoning bylaw amendment application and plan of subdivision draft vacant land condominium application for 4129 Hickson Street in Beamsville? Please come forward and state your name, spelling your surname for the record. Remember to please ensure you're now speaking to new and relevant information and not reiterating previous comments made. You've already spoken. No. Okay. Yeah. The new speaker is fine, but you've had your chance. Yes.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline Swart, and I actually live on Hickson Street, and I have kids who attend
Jacqueline, can you spell your?
SWART.
Okay.
Jacqueline.
And address on Hickson.
4134 Hickson Street.
Thank you.
And I have children who attend St. Mark's School, which is overflowing with children. And we have portable, and 3 new portables added this year. The new school to be built at the north end of town, I think we're years away from seeing that. If we built in all these extra people, and there's not just this one, but all the other neighborhoods. I don't know where all these students are going to go, because I think when you're building townhomes and semi-detached homes and new homes, you're looking at young families, and that's a lot of kindergarten kids, it's just a lot of children. Then they all have to go to BT. So I think we have, and then if there's public school kids, it's to Jacob Beam, which feeds our area. So I just think that we have to also consider how many people can we feed into this neighborhood to go to these schools that are already overcrowded? Because I know other Jacob Beam moms say the same thing, school's full. So I just, not that I don't want people moving in, I love people, I love to talk to people, I love to go to the park, love to do the whole thing, but too many people with no place for the kids to go to school is problematic. And I sit on Catholic School Council at both the grade school and the high school, and it is a constant topic of conversation for us. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention of everyone, that we do have to kind of watch our numbers and or get that school built or use BDSS. That could be a junior high, like let's think outside the box. We got to figure out where our students are going. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Jacqueline. Councillor Bernay. Oh, Jacqueline, can you come, we got a question.
So I appreciate your comments. You know, some of the feedback that we've been hearing speaks to just exactly what you said. You know, do we have the infrastructure in terms of schools, in terms of doctors? You know, we have a medical center at the bottom of Hickson Street that I know we just did a business walk, and we talked to some of the doctors, and you know, there's a municipal parking lot where is an overflow parking, and they're not taking any new doctors. So I know, you know, Mayor Easton and a lot of our staff are working on a possible BDSS site where we're looking at doing a campus of care, where we're looking at hopefully, you know, providing some solutions to that. But you're absolutely right. In the meantime, this is something that we need to be very cognizant of, and appreciate you pointing that out, because it wasn't spoken about this evening, but it should be something that's front of mind, not back of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a hot topic, as I said, with the schools. So, and I know the board is discussing it at the Niagara Region Board level. So I don't know what they say, but I do know they're discussing it.
Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jacqueline, just to let you know too, in the staff report this evening, the District School Board of Niagara said that there's capacity at Jacob Beam for the
good.
public school kids.
Okay.
And Councillor Bernay and my kids both went to St. Mark, and they, unfortunately, the model that the school boards use is they built to now. There was portables there when the school opened. My
Yes,
son
and
is
then they did
20,
the addition,
is
then they
28,
added
yes,
more
is
portables.
28
It's just-
and 24, yeah.
Yeah.
That model, I think, needs to be looked at. We're not going to solve it tonight, but
No.
very good point,
So
so.
there's 5 kindergarten classes, I
Right,
think.
yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Yeah,
kindergarten
so
kids.
we need to get that new one built, and some of those
Mm-hmm.
people that maybe are from the north end going to that school, which will free up some capacity. I didn't, Mr. Bruder, I didn't see the Catholic School Board comment on this yet. Are we expecting that with the?
I think we are, because I handed a flyer to our principal, and they sent it to the board, and they said actually they wanted to send something in, so.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, when we do our circulations, we do include them as well. So I don't believe we've received comments from them to date, but that doesn't mean they're not coming, so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Yep. Oh, Jacqueline, stay there. Mayor Easton.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to note that the most recent review on physician complement for West Niagara is shown, it's shown, and I can hardly believe this, so I'm sure you're not going to, you're going to have trouble believing it, that we have a higher physician to 1,000 population than any other community in the region. And that's about a month old.
That is surprising, because I have neighbors who said they're looking for a new family physician, and there's no physicians in Beamsville accepting new patients, and people are very frustrated. They just want to have a new physician locally, and they can't find one.
But
So.
we actually need a town hall meeting, I think, on the whole issue of physicians, because we're being told that we have more physicians than we need.
No, I don't think so.
That's
That's not what I hear.
It's not coming from the town, but this is where some of the information is coming from.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jacqueline.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask you a favor. Could you send Councillor Brunet and I the principal's email?
Okay.
Because we're trying to seek a meeting to rectify a situation at the back of the school that has gone on since it opened. And the principal doesn't think it's an issue, so we'd like to meet with her. So if you could do that, you would
Okay.
be awesome.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So, are there any other people that would like to come forward and speak about this on issues that have been raised this evening? Anyone? Okay. Going once, going twice? 3 times. Okay. Thank you very much. So, our public meeting is now adjourned. In addition to the delegations, there is written correspondence for consideration with respect to this item received from Brianne McDonald, dated November 30th, 2023, and the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, dated December 4th, 2023. There being no further delegations or information for this item, I have a motion moved by Councillor Timmers. The committee receive and file for information the following delegations and written correspondence regarding the official plan zoning bylaw amendment application and plan of subdivision draft vacant land condominium application for 4129 Hickson Street in Beamsville. Dan Romanko, Better Neighborhoods Incorporated, Drew Toth, Elevate Living, Noel Walker, Housing Select Committee, Jeffrey Sinclair, Niagara Region, Vince Fiorentino, Keith Robertson, Benchland Citizen Group, Rolf Swart, David Jacobs, Eric Fishley, Russell Durward, Liz Bennion, Angela Lytle, Lynn Elliott, Michael Seaman, Joe Hube, Herb Sawatsky, Christopher Webb, Brianne McDonald, the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, and Jacqueline Swart. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. You're in favor, Mayor Easton? Thank you. And that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Devan. So we will move directly into report PD 43-23 regarding the official plan zoning bylaw amendment application and plan of subdivision draft vacant land condominium application for 4129 Hickson Street in Beamsville. Are there any questions from committee? Okay. So, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to staff. I'm just wondering, in the conversations with the developer, it's been mentioned here tonight a couple times about the availability of land that might be more suitable for this apartment-style building. I believe in Ward 1, from the north to south, we have the DeSantis property, we have the former Rins property, we have the property next to Rexall, we have the property next to the Fleming Building, we have the Bosma property, and I think there's one more that are all zoned to meet the requirements for this building. Has there been any discussion about maybe pushing the developer towards those to make sure that if they are intent in building this, which again, there are a lot of benefits from that building, and the affordable housing is something we definitely need, to something that is more suitable to our community and makes it more livable for the future residents of that building?
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I just clarify, Councillor Russell, you're asking if we're engaging in conversations with those particular property owners with respect to an affordability component similar to what we're seeing here?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no, just wondering if you've advised the developer that those properties are open or for sale, that this building would be more suitable into those areas that are already zoned for this type of building and this height.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the applicant's aware of most of the properties that are for sale. But again, I think with some of those sites you mentioned, it's a little bit, those areas are identified for intensification. But again, there's also going to be challenges with those, even notwithstanding when it comes to transition. Some of those parcels you mentioned are smaller. Some of them are closer to existing residential areas as well. So, I think I would caution when we say better, in some ways, yes, in terms of how we've planned, but they're not without their challenges as well. But in any case, Those properties are definitely of note, I'm sure, to the applicant team. But moving forward, this is the application before us is for these subject lands, and these are the lands they're currently interested in.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Reimer.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. Through you to Director Bruder. Just one question and then a comment regarding another issue that's been brought forward. For our parking places, for our parking spots, we are some on the drawing of the subdivision. I see some of them have garages and some do not. Are we using the calculation where the garages are included as a parking spot?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, that's a good question to clarify, Councillor. I think, that's part of the issue, generally speaking. When we look at our zoning, we've looked at a lot of municipalities and how they look at their parking standards, what their parking ratios are. When you look at 2 spaces per unit, typically speaking, and I can say we've surveyed a wide variety of municipalities of all different sizes, the garage does count as a space. So you look at where there's those rear lanes, there's often 2 garages off of those rear lanes that are proposed. Those would be parking spaces. In other instances, we have dimensions that we require for parking spaces. They're available in driveways and things like that as well. So all that goes into the calculation on how we determine what the parking spaces are. But the spaces per unit does typically include garage space.
So thank you. And Councilor Patrick, a follow-up to that. Yeah. So, or a comment and question to Matt. So traveling through subdivisions in, Jordan, Beamsville, Vineland that are 10, 15, 5 years old, garages are full of stuff. And I am a conformed pack rat, so my garage is clean. My wife's car parks in there, so I'm not guilty of this anymore. But I'm trying to be serious about this. To me, this is a huge one that we cannot have this overflow even onto the roads that are there. Like, I think the parking for this needs to be whatever metrics we use, whatever graph we're going to use for this, it needs to be accurate. And also, 10 years from now, the question needs to be answered properly by saying, I think we put a little too much parking in here. Much better than, oh shoot, we should have had more. Just because, as mentioned, Cache is one, there's a number of them around. That where we have too much on-site, at least other problems, but to me, it's just strictly the parking one. To find a way that we can have enough places for vehicles. I know residents that perhaps are going to buy these, maybe don't have, the cars, you'll give us the ratio of 1 point whatever vehicle, but 1.1 is 2 in my book, so you need to find room for 2. We are transitioning. So I do see in our own subdivision, there's people who are using public transit more or using, you see the NRT come in quite a bit more often. So we're in that transition period. So I think it's moving in the right way, but I would just like to see the parking issue really worked on. I'll leave it at that. The other comment, if I may, Councillor Patriva, has to do with the stormwater. And I think that there's an easy solution to a lot of these things. Obviously, there's some problems already there. And I think we need to think outside the box for our storm water management retention plan. Not just for this, but all of them together. Because the idea of having a property like this use stormwater, and I'll get a little technical, having the downspouts go on and go to a swale and collect in a drain, it's not going to cut it. There's no infiltration in this kind of soil. That's clay. They couldn't grow grapes on there. That's why there's houses there now. But believe it or not, I know it's supposed to be good agricultural land, but it's hard to grow grapes on this kind of soil. So there's going to be no infiltration. So we just need to think of somehow to manage the water better. And I know there's other implications. We don't want it hitting to the major streams that run down the lake faster than they do. There is all kind of alternatives to that as far as direct sump pump discharge, all that kind of stuff. We can look outside the box, but if there's already issues outside, that means maybe there's some lot grading issues there already with those, previous subdivisions, and I just don't want to exacerbate it with this. So we might need to think outside the box on our stormwater retention ideas. So I'll leave it to you for comments if you want. If not, that's fine too.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Good points, Councillor, and just a couple of comments. I hear what you're saying, and we've heard it a lot today. Typically speaking, and I'm sure you're aware of this as well, part of the design requirements, it's a building code thing, it's a site plan thing. There's flows from a drainage perspective that were present pre-development, and then there's post-development. And really what you have to do is you have to match the post-development flows, the flows that are happening off the property after the development to how it was beforehand. So there's a lot of ways that you can do that on site. For example, you mentioned it yourself, there's infrastructure, storm, you can upsize your pipes. Some of those initiatives are being contemplated, but there are some other opportunities. You mentioned imperviousness. There could be ways that we can look at the design maybe to enhance some of the features to allow for more pervious surfaces to be implemented, things like that. Those are things we can definitely consider, but good comments, Councillor.
Thank you, Director Ruder. Thank you, Councillor Patriarca.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Brunei.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I wanted to take this opportunity to just, I understand, and Director Bruder just said, we are here talking about this particular application, up on Hickson Street on the Calvary Gospel Church property, and that's great, and that needs to be where our focus is. But I also heard it this evening, from a number of people, including, I believe I heard it from Mr. Toth, and I certainly heard it from the mayor, that we have a responsibility to work together to come up with viable solutions, whether it's on this property or whether it's on other properties. So I would be remiss if I didn't remind those that were on council. In 2019, we took a tour up in Hamilton where we toured a number of facilities that was being built by a particular non-for-profit company. From their website, they are now the fastest growing developer of new supportive affordable housing in Ontario. They now are supporting over 1,200 tenants in the region in regions across southern and southwestern Ontario. When we met with that developer on our tour in 2019, they brought us back to their boardroom, and the CL will remember, he said to us, we would be dying to do a project in the region of Niagara. They're currently working in Kitchener, they're working in Woodstock, they're working in Hamilton and St. Thomas, to name a few. When I met with Mr. Toth last Friday in Thorold, he told me that he was familiar with this project. So I challenged staff and I challenged Mr. Toth to work together. There is a community partner, and there is a builder that just happened to build the Fleming Center here in Beamsville about 7 years ago that is working with this particular. I think there are partners that we can partner with, and I think there are opportunities if we're willing to get to the table. It's a matter of working together and finding the right property. So whether it's on the Hickson Street property or other properties, I think Mr. Toth is willing to come with some solutions, and I challenge our staff to try to work together moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor Brunei. There was not a question there, was there?
No question.
Just posing thought.
A
challenge. I got you.
Staff, to the developer and to this council. Between now and 2026, we've got an opportunity at the BDSS site, and I think there'd be a missed opportunity if we didn't get to the table to talk about a number of opportunities that we are looking at right now. Thank you.
Excellent, Councillor. And I see Mrs. Zimmerman here from the YWCA, and I know that they're active in town and looking to do more. So, Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Chair Patriarca. Through you to planning, I know that we've heard a lot about parking and vehicular traffic. When preparing your report, would it be possible to, I have trouble with the word unit. I don't know what a unit is. A unit, I feel, is too vague in describing a home or a condominium or an apartment. And some of these units may have 3 bedrooms. And if a unit has 3 bedrooms, I think the parking requirements are a little different than a condo or an apartment where it's 30 square meters. So that's a concern I have when we're using a descriptive word of unit. It might not fit or it might not work, especially for a development of this size and density. So when we're looking at parking, if we can do that. And then through you, another question I would have, or another hope I would have in the report, like, there's been a lot of discussion about scale, fit, and that sort of thing. Is there a possibility of having examples of this sort of five-story building within other communities for, I mean, there was the one, Chris, he had that one image with the yellow. I don't know how accurate that is for me to really be able to tell as far as what scale looks like or what it would actually look like in my yard. Physical examples that we could drive to or walk to see these sorts of developments. I think that's important to give an idea, because similar to this, we had that challenging four-story building in Vineland that Lincoln Construction had constructed, and now it's completed, and it seems to fit well. I haven't heard too many complaints with regards to that, so I think that would be important. And then finally, one more.
You gonna let him answer?
Sure, yeah, if there's an answer.
Some questions are like hand grenades. Let him answer. Mr. Bruder, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, fair enough, Councillor. I think when it comes to the definition of the word unit and when you refer to it, when you're thinking about parking, again, it's not something that we've taken lightly. It's something that we've looked into in depth. We mentioned recently that we just recently updated our zoning bylaw. We looked at that very closely in terms of, is there different definitions? Are we an outlier? Should we be? And I think there's a bunch of components to that. We can definitely provide you with a little more detail on what constitutes each unit, but at the end of the day, again, doing the research that we have, the general consensus is when it comes to a 3-bedroom or a 2-bedroom, the parking requirement remains the same if you're talking about a like-for-like unit. Now, if you're talking about a condo apartment unit versus a single detached dwelling, obviously different story. But again, just to provide a little context when it comes to that. As for your comment about examples of other buildings and, providing some, I guess, photo documentation or some examples of how they can be made to fit, maybe looking at a variety of different build forms, we can do that. For sure, not a problem. We can put some of those things together for you. And I know you have another question in there, so I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. And through you, perfect. The other thing, looking at the presentation and with regards to parking spaces is the size of the spaces themselves, because unfortunately, I drive a large pickup truck similar to the one that was in that picture, like a full-size pickup truck, and most people in this community are driving. There's not a lot of public transit as of yet, and for whatever reason, pickup trucks and Suburbans and that sort of thing seem to be a very popular vehicle for car manufacturers. So if we can take that into account, that we don't find out that the parking spaces barely fit a Fiat 500. So that's something I'm concerned about.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have parking dimensions that are required in our zoning bylaw as well. Typical parking space is 5.8 meters long by about 2.7 wide. So, and that's very standard across the industry. So, but points are well taken, and we can provide a little more context when we get to that point.
I appreciate that. Like, a parking space is different at Costco than Walmart. That's all I can say. And then finally,
That was 3. That's 3. I'm sorry.
All right.
That's 3. Okay.
Worry about
Councillor
traffic on
Timmers.
another day.
Thank you very much, Chair Pachariva. So not specifically questions, because, the report is not, it's going to come back with recommendations with all of the input that we've heard tonight. And I think we all know what those topics are. We've heard them many times. We know what we want to look at, and staff are hearing the messages. So I just had one idea that popped in my head from Councillor Mikulik is, we've always were asking for 3D renderings. And perhaps that's something that the developer and staff can come back with so that we can get a really good visual of what it looks like. You know, we saw that one picture where the gentleman had put the block, and if we have the 3D renderings, you can really get a sense of what it's going to actually look like. So those are just my comments. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Councillor Timmers, you stole my thunder, because I was going to say that, because I go back to when Mayor Easton requested that for Prudhome's, and we had a 3D virtual look-through where you were able to see the size and scale, and I mean, I go back to, you know, the days of watching Mad Men, when they had those, you know, little 3D layouts, you know, of towns, and when we were in China on that trade mission, and they had that all set up with vehicles and scale, and you could see everything. It's hard to picture things on a flat surface, especially issues that are coming up with height and that. So that's a great suggestion. So if the presenters could do that going forward, I think that would help immensely. Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to speak to the issue of block schematics as well, digital activity for the reasons that you've just described. It is really the only way that you can be sure about how things are going to work. And including in that, because we have never had this, is some traffic movement that is of a digital nature, so that you could actually see the activity that is taking place in some of these key areas. One of the major initiatives, as everyone is aware of, is that we are doing our very best to remove unnecessary truck traffic in town. And we've made some good progress. If nothing else, we've identified where some of the major problems are. But removing traffic is a way of creating capacity. So I'd like to see more. I think it would benefit everyone if we could see more realistically. Mr. Swart brought this up, and we've never had any information like this, and the technology exists now, even where 7-8 years ago it didn't. I also want to note, Mr. Chairman, the letter that came from the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, and I'm also very pleased to see Elizabeth Zimmerman here this evening because of the work that the YW does, and we're very in close touch with Elizabeth and her team. And maybe one of the reasons that we don't have quick solutions is because we haven't quite bought into the idea that we have a problem. That just may be part of what's happening here. Because for sure, if we went around the town and looked at the areas we have built 4 and 5 stories, one has a rooftop piece to it, another has commercial below, and how they kind of square up with the houses behind them and beside them, it makes us more familiar with the reality of how these buildings are impacting neighborhoods. And I mean that in the most positive sense, because we really do have a big issue ahead of us. The GNCC is asking us that we not only consider the voices of your current residents who may have objections. Some did, but a number did not, and I was very, very encouraged by those even who came from out of the town and who had different perspectives on some of the matters. And I have been complaining quite actively over the last few months to people about the fact that they have great ideas in terms of the ecological matters, but they leave council by themselves at the table when it comes to where's the information? What are you thinking of? What are your ideas and your perspective on this? We're starting to see some of those people coming forward. I think it's very, very healthy, and it is definitely not incompatible. It is compatible with a number of people that sit here this evening helping us with this decision. The GNCC says that this development has the potential to offer safe, attainable, high-quality housing to over 100 people in need, and they will not be heard from. Please consider that. If they could, they would ask you to approve this project and grant them an affordable and decent place to live. Well, that may be their perspective because they're not some of the people that are here tonight that have to live in this area. But at the same time, council knows that whenever we have a difficult development, and most of them are these days, that we have a staff who really do go to town on the issues. And I'm very, very confident, and thank you very much, Jeff, for shaking your head, because that is the absolute truth. And you should leave here tonight having the confidence that all of your issues are going to be taken very seriously, and they are going to grind them, and they will grind them, and Jeff knows this. So I think that it's great for us to have altruistic views about what we should do. We may have to, as Councillor Brunet says, get moving a little faster in some directions that we haven't considered in the moment. But at the same time, this is going to get, it's going to get a good shakedown. I know that, and the right questions were asked tonight, and I want to thank everyone for turning out. We haven't had this kind of a great audience here since, I think, the biosolids plant was coming to town. It wasn't quite as big as that. That overflowed right to the outside. But this is what community is all about. This is how you're able to influence change. Not by getting everything you ask for, but by changing people's minds. And just remember that the big province is over here pushing us in a very, very heavily in an opposite direction than what you're thinking. So we have to take that into account too. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. And I just have a couple points too for Mr. Bruder that came up. Councillor Reimer, the holding tanks and that. We've done the Jordan Village project and we employed the Silva cells there. Maybe that's an alternative. We'll have a look at that rather than everything being stored underground. And I know we heard, a synopsis tonight: height, density, water, parking, traffic flow, right? Those are probably the 5 big ones that we need to address going forward. And I know too, and maybe it's time, on the on-street visitor parking, referencing 4129 Hickson, shows parking on both sides of Edward. We don't allow that, right? Shows 37 spots. And I know that we had a one-time bylaw that came in where you looked at parking on the east side of streets and the north side as opposed to the south. Maybe it's time that we revisit that and look and find out, well, what's the best alternative to achieve the most on-street parking? I know my little street at home, it's on the side of the park because, there's more spots there. But in reality, you really don't want parking in front of a park where when kids are playing baseball, and mine were the worst offenders, that when that ball goes out in the street, they can't see anything but that ball. So we need to do, I want to say we need to do better going forward, right? We need to look at these things and stop maybe doing it with a one-size-fits-all, but let's look at, and we've heard that tonight a number of times, let's look at things on their own merit and come up with proposals. And I know staff have been writing, and I look forward to seeing everything come forward. And once again, thank you very much for coming tonight and providing your input and your written letters and your correspondence. This is by no means done. It's not a done deal. There's not plans done, right? This is how you make change. This is how you make effective change. And this is how we all work together to come up with a solution that's made in Lincoln, right? Parking's an issue. We look at that thing, we paint it with a broad brush. No reason we can't come up with a solution to fit our town, right? We've heard people, been here for 3 years, for 10 years. I've been here for 63. Tony's been here a few years longer than me. And Mayor has been here, I have a phrase, I'm not going to say it. 40, I was going to say 39, so not as long as me. But you know what? We've seen a lot of change and dealt with it, but you know what? We need to do that going forward, right? We need to be cognizant of who's here, and let's work to get the best possible alternative. So, there being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet to receive and file report PD 43-23 regarding official plan amendment, PL 0PA 202301111. Zoning bylaw amendment, PLZB 2023 0112, draft plan of subdivision PLSUB 2023-0113, and draft plan of vacant land condominium application PLVLC 202-30114 by Better Neighborhoods Incorporated on behalf of Pine Glen Beamsville Incorporated and the trustees of Calvary Gospel Church, and direct staff to prepare a recommendation report once all comments have been received and any identified issues have been addressed. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open.
Okay.
And I'll close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Devan. And before we go on to our second public meeting, we are going to have a 10-minute recess. So, thank you very much.
You're only 60.
What?
63?
No, I'm not 63. I will be.
You let us know when we're live, okay?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I don't need I'm leaving and I'm coming back. It's 5 minutes.
Because you didn't use your time wisely, did you? Okay. Promise? Yeah.
We just need a motion to extend beyond the hour. I can read that if you want.
Yes.
Can you go live?
Are we live? Steve-O? Okay. So, our second public meeting is for the purpose of parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland review. But before we ask our manager of Prud'homs and Special Projects to make some comments, I have a notification from the deputy clerk here that by a show of hands, we need to proceed past the hour of 10 in order to get this through. So is everyone cool beans with that? Yes, we are. Okay, so I will now ask our manager of Prud'homs and Special Projects, Ms. Shee, to provide some opening comments. Melissa, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to you, members of council and members of the public. Tonight's public meeting pertains to the town's review of our existing parkland dedication policies and bylaw. This review was initiated through a staff report and presentation that was made to the Committee of the Whole on October 4th, and is being driven by legislation that was recently enacted by the province through Bill 23, the More Homes Built Faster Act. The changes made by the province reduces the amount of parkland and cash in lieu that municipalities are able to acquire through development. As part of the town's review process, we have hired Watson and Associates to analyze the town's future parkland needs and to provide guidance on how we can best maximize our ability to collect as much parkland dedication and cash in lieu as we can based on the tools made available to us by the province. Watson's analysis has informed the proposed updates to our official plan parkland dedication policies and a new parkland dedication bylaw, and this has been included in tonight's staff report, PD 4423. I would now like to introduce Gary Scanlon, Managing Partner at Watson and Associates, to present his analysis. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Melissa. So there's no registered delegations for this item this evening, but we do have a presentation, like you said, from Mr. Gary Scanlon of Watson Associates. So Gary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Mayor, she's almost here, and members of council and staff. It's always a pleasure to be before you. So I know we've put forth a document which lays out a lot of the details, and I do apologize. The legislation and what you're required to go through and the measurements in order to provide some informative perspective on what you can expect into the future is somewhat detailed and complex. So I do apologize, and I'll try and go through in the best fashion as possible. There are considerable changes. I'm going to preface the whole thing by saying the province, for the most part, has cut your ability to collect for parklands. They've cut it in half. So that's our starting position. So we'll give you an order of magnitude. We'll talk about what that means. It'll lay out, to some extent, a precursor for when you look to update your next Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We'll be able to give you some guidance. So the hard part of this is going through the legislative overview. It mirrors a lot of the development charge provisions. So I've already been before you to explain those, but they've now been introduced for Parkland. We'll go over some of the policies you have in place, the current practices, and how things are going to change, and then finalize with observations. Now, parkland dedication, and with this a nice trail. Unfortunately, it's a treed area, but for the park system, generally it's the essentials are to provide open space in order to allow the public to enjoy different types of recreational activities on parkland instead of indoor facilities. What we've found, and we've been doing a number, part of the change in legislation is a requirement for you to undertake a parks plan in order for you to pass a bylaw. So we've been doing a lot of these undertakings. And what we found is that just historically, the relationship between, let's say, planning, undertaking the official plan, the Parks and Recreation master plans and some of their recommendations with respect to long-term parkland needs, and then the Finance Department putting through in the capital budget. The three of them don't always link up together because they're normally done at different points in time. So part of this was to bring all three of the departments together in order to have a dialogue. And a lot of this basically, once again, is stimulated by the changes recently by the province. Now, this is under the Planning Act, so your parkland dedication provisions, and there's two different areas of the Planning Act. There's Section 51, 51.1, which basically deals with subdivisions. You got Section 53, deals with condominium. But generally, it deals with the requirements for those forms of development. Now, if you get two opportunities, you can take two different alternatives. You can ask a developing landowner, if it's residential, give me 5% of the land, dedicate, if the development's 20 hectares, give me 1 hectare of parkland. So that's the basics, and if it's in institutional, same thing. If it's commercial industrial, it's 2%. So as of right, you're able to negotiate that, and you don't need a bylaw. However, if you're going to, there's an alternative which to some extent, and I'll go through and later and tell you where the differences are, but for medium and high density developments, basically you can ask for 1 hectare of land for every 600 units, and I call it payment in lieu or cash in lieu, they're the same thing. The PILs, CILs are, if you ask for cash, you get less value. Instead of getting, 1 hectare for 600, it's 1 hectare for 1,000. So you get they discount it by 40%. So it is what it is. Those are changes actually the province made on the differential in 2015. And now it used to be 1 hectare for 300 units, and they've said, nope, 1 hectare for 600. That's where they've cut it in half. And the 1 hectare for the cash in lieu for 500 units now becomes 1 hectare for 1,000. The difference in, and you have very similar provisions with respect to Section 42. But Section 42 would apply to any and all developments, and the big difference is timing. If you collect, if you're going to go through subdivision and impose the condition, then you impose the condition, and the value of the land, if you're going to take cash, is the day before the approval of the plan, of the draft plan. So the value of the land at that point, before it's approved and is segregated into lots, maybe let's say, $200,000. Once you have the subdivision approved, and they actually build and service the lots, and you do, the increased value of the lot, you may end up with $600,000. So imposing it under Section 42 normally yields you a lot more revenue. But if you want the land, you're going to do it at the time of subdivision. If you want the cash, you should be doing it at Section 42. And those are your policies that you have currently, so you maximize your recovery. I'll just let you know, the first bylaw that was challenged to the OMB with respect to using Section 42 and collecting at the time building permit was Lincoln. So, and I did your hearing for you. That was back in the mid-1950s. And you've had those policies. You were a leader at that point with respect to collection policies. We've got a number of the Bill 23. They've exemptions and changes that they did for DCs. So they got the rate freeze if you're doing a site plan or a zoning bylaw. Remember, you freeze the value of it the time you receive the application. Same thing. They're doing the for parkland. If you're going to do a valuation on the land, they freeze it at that particular point. There's exemptions for residential units, and we know the affordable, attainable, inclusionary zoning, similar to DCs. We got exemptions for nonprofit housing, the requirement to, in your statements, identify how you're going to spend at least 60% of the money that's sitting in a reserve fund, etc. So as I say, these are very similar conditions that they've imposed not only on the DCs, but they've found their way now to Parkland. And you must pass a Parkland dedication bylaw. So that's a requirement. And in order to pass that bylaw, you have to do a parks plan. Basically, the report that we did for you is a parks plan. You don't have to do a full-blown Parks and Recreation master plan. Really, the parks plan is to identify what your policies are, take a look at the inventory, and estimate what you need in the future. And that's part of justifying your needs through the Parkland dedication bylaw. Okay? So that's the report that we've done for you, and that allows for that to proceed. Now, when we're taking a look at the parks plan, just at a very high level, what we're trying to do is we're trying to estimate, based on your policies, how much land should you have, let's say 20 years from now. So with your growth forecast, 2043, how much land should you have? So there's the looking at the demand and what you hope to achieve. That's one side of the plan. And then there's the way that you're going to generate the supply. So you start with the current inventory, and then you take a look at how much you can collect through your parkland policy, your parkland bylaw, and you take a look at the difference. And most municipalities, we're going to see a potential gap. Your gap is actually sizable. I'll touch upon that, but you're no different than many municipalities across Ontario, especially with the changes that the province has recently introduced. So I don't need to go through this, but once again, just to identify that there is that rate freeze, and probably the best is using Section 42 because you would yield potentially more money on that. When I take a look at if we try and go through the mechanics of this 1 hectare for 300 going to 1 hectare for 600, etc., I just wanted to identify that if you had a 20 hectare subdivision, if you imposed the 5% condition, you'd get 1 hectare of land. The break even for that is, so if you have medium or high density, as long as there's more than 12 units for that hectare, then it's better for you to use the alternative rate, the one for 600. So the break even is 12 units 30 units per hectare, 12 units per acre. So that would basically say most of your medium density and basically all of your high density, you would use that particular alternative because you'll yield more money or more land. And you can see with the payment in lieu, because they've increased, it's discounted by 40%. If you're going to do the cash, you'd impose it where you have at least 50 units per hectare, 20 units per acre. So it's that 1 for 600, 1 for 1,000 type of policy. The break even where you'd want to go, do I take the land at 5% or the cash, or do I impose the other condition? The break even is identified there. It's either 12 units per acre if you're going to take the cash. You're going to take the land, and it's 20 units per acre if you're going to take the cash. Okay? As we go through towards the end, I'll give you the punchline for the most part. For the lower density, you use the 5%. For the medium and high density, I'm going to suggest using the alternative rate, and that will yield you the most either money or land. There's also an extra condition that they put on high-density developments. And what they said is that basically for certain amount, for up to 10 hectares, then you get a 10%, or sorry, 5 hectares, there's a 10% cap. So the calculations that we do, it's like the 5% land dedication, you cannot exceed the 10%. So they're putting a cap now on the high density. Even though generally the high density is the one that generates the most need for land, because you don't have the backyards, you don't have any limited green space, they've basically reduced it. So when you take a look at the dedications, and when they cap it, just in this one example, you'll lose 20% of the land that you should be getting in order to accommodate that development. Once again, they're capping just like the DECs. They're putting parameters, caps on it, so that there's a shift in the amount of money that you can receive from different types of developments. Additional exemptions. We talked about on the DCs, they're going to exempt if you build a second unit or a third unit in a single-family home or a medium density. Same thing applies. You can't, you'll have to make a deduction in the calculations to recognize that there's extra densities that they would be putting on those developments. Nonprofit housing, once again, is exempt. The affordable, attainable, and the inclusionary zoning is also exempt. That could be coming into force in the very, very near future. Any of it, just a quick calculation, we would just take how many exempt units, divide it by the total number of units. That may give you like 95% or 90% only chargeable units. So once again, it's a further discount. And then there's additional administrative impacts similar to the DCs. You have to be reporting all the collections and such through the reserve fund, and you have to do an annual statement, basically to talk about here's my special account for parkland, here's the amount of money, and every year you have to declare how I'm going to spend 60% of it. You don't have to take it from the reserve and actually spend it, but you have to have a statement that says, okay, over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, this money is being dedicated to, the Mayor Easton Park, whatever you want to call it. It'll be it'll be a dedication. Keep it up, and it may be the Gary Scanlon Memorial Park. Anyway, so it's more administration. It's not considerable, but as you have to do a statement for development charges every year, you can piggyback this onto that public report, and as long as it's stated, then you meet the requirements of the Act. So I apologize for the heaviness, but you can see they've dropped so many rules and regulations, and as I said, they have dropped the amount of land that you can recover as a result. Your current practice, basically the OP does provide both of your options. So if you want the 5% or 2% land dedication at subdivision, you do have that in the OP, as well as your alternative, but your OP still says 1 hectare for 300 units. However, the legislation overrides that, so it's 1 for 600. So that'll be considered, that'll be picked up and refined as part of your new bylaw. So once again, we're just talking about the payment in lieu. You've got the 2 alternatives. And as I say, the punchline for ourselves is to use the 5% for low density and use medium density for your, the alternative rate for your medium and high density. Now this is where, within the report, we were starting to estimate what your current inventory is with the forecast going out to 2043, with your current policies that basically say you want 2.2 hectares or 5 acres of land for every 1,000 people. So those are your current policies. Those are the targets you would like to achieve and the amount of land you'd like to provide. So right now you've got just under 50 hectares as your current inventory of land. When we do the calculations and the population's going out to just under 39,000 people, you would need about 85 hectares of land. So you need another 35 hectares of land, roughly about 85 acres, okay? Now I'm going to take that and I'm going to take these different calculations and I'm going to demonstrate to you how much you can achieve now under the new rules provided by the province. I'll skip through all of the calculations. I'm not going to go through each line. But if you take a look at the columns, what we did is we said, okay, going out over that period, if you just use the 5% and 2%, which is the basic, this is how much additional land you would yield. And that 5% will give you 5.66 hectares of land. If you use solely for all developments the 1 hectare for 600, you would get 6.8 hectares. And if we use a combination of the two in the policies, your maximum is 7.36. If you remember on the prior page, we're trying to target 35.41. With these new policies, what you're able to achieve is about 7.36 maximum. And that's without some of the additional deductions that are in there. And if we took a look at cash in lieu, I'll focus you on the last two rows. If we were looking at the total value based on, the land values that are in place right now, you would need to spend $200 million. Doesn't matter the value of the hectares that you need by 2043, it's the same amount in each of the three columns. So you would need $201 million if you were going to go out and buy the land. Under the 5% dedication, so if you took the cash in lieu, you'd only get about just over $30 million. So you have $170 million shortfall. If you took the 1 hectare for 1,000, so that's a little bit different for the cash in lieu, you would be able to net about almost 37 million, so you got $164 million shortfall. And doing that blend that we're recommending, you'd be able to yield about $42 million, but you still have a $158 million shortfall. So when I was speaking very early on about blending policies between your official plan and what planning sets out, and then your objectives that are in your Parks and Recreation Master Plan, and then finance having to put into play the cash flow. If you are going to maintain those higher levels of parkland dedication or objectives, you either have to beg, borrow, steal, or budget for. So there will be shortfalls. So it just puts in perspective, what do we do on the next round? Are we going to continue looking at trying to achieve all of this land, or are we going to better utilize the lands that we have? Now, one caveat, and I didn't incorporate it, excuse me, into this presentation, but it is dealt with in our report, is that there's not distinct clarity in your policies that say what is recreation land and what is parkland. So some of the things such as if you have a sports park, and I think up on Fly Road, you have that sports park. Is that actually a recreation facility or is it parkland? I look at Waterloo and they have that RIM facility. They have 8 indoor soccer fields and they've got another 20 outside. So is it just because you put a roof over it, now it becomes recreation? But if you don't have a roof over it, or all the rest of the soccer fields, now parkland. So this is something that needs to be also looked at as you're going through the Parks and Recreation process, is to better define what we will call parkland and what we'll call recreation. And keep in mind that recreation land we can buy with development charges. We cannot buy parkland with development charges. We can only use the parkland dedication. So the recommendation is to move to clarify those definitions as you're moving through your official plan, your Parks and Recreation Master Plan, et cetera, and that will help to close that gap. Right now, it's too blurred, and that's part of our recommendations, is to untangle that a little bit. So basically, our recommendations is obviously to maximize how you can your policies. And once again, low density, probably the 5% is best utilized for low density residential, and then use the alternatives for the medium and high density. And, in certain cases, if you can get the land, obviously capture it through the subdivision. If you're going to take the payments, then the payments as you do right now, do it at the time of building permit, and also move towards doing appraisals, okay? There are municipalities that require the developments to do the appraisals, and with those appraisals, you'll get a higher yield and an actual valuation at the particular time of the lots being approved. That's my presentation, Mr. Chair.
Gary, thank you very much. Okay, it's lighting up like a Christmas tree, and I expected that, so that's very scary. Councilor Reimer, lead us off.
Thank you, Chair Patriva. Thanks very much for this, Gary. Could you go back to slide number 13 and just explain it, like get it right down to,
Okay. If I can get
just run it
back up.
through like with, like how you mentioned with the 20 hectares and the 1 hectare. Just give like an example to that with the reserve fund. That's the one right there.
Okay. So what
Just
part?
just the whole, just
So-
take a project and approximate amount of numbers.
Well, with this particular one, what we're talking about is the reporting requirements.
Okay.
So if this is the one, and it's, as I say, they've lined it up with the development charges. You got to do reporting on the reserves, your community benefit charge, and this. The section 4215 just acknowledges that with the monies that you have, it can be for parks purposes, like acquiring land, but you can also use it for the erection, improvement, or repair of buildings and the acquisition of machinery for park and other public recreation purposes. You can utilize the money, let's say, for asset management, if you're going to renew, the playground equipment or some of the amenities on it. You can use your parkland money for that. But any money that you use takes away from the ability to acquire additional lands.
Okay.
But in the Planning Act, they've given you, that's been there for, I think, about 30 years.
Okay. All right.
So,
Okay, good.
Yep.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Chair Patrio.
excuse me.
Councilor Brunei.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Through you to Mr. Scanlon. So some pretty daunting numbers. You go around, or you have been going around the province for, well, you've already said it, since 1950. No.
I was born in 56, okay?
I
I'm
know.
not
But
quite
you
that
said,
old.
you remember the town doing something.
1990, I think the mid-1990s is
Yeah.
when we went to the board on your bylaw.
No, being all very serious. You get around the province.
Yes.
You've talked to a lot of people. We keep hearing about the province making us whole. What are your recommendations? What are your recommendations as we sit here and look at some of those charts and slides? We talk about asset management, we talk about Parks Master Plan. Like, what are you talking about with some of these people, in some of these municipalities where they've probably got issues that are a lot even more daunting than ours? Like,
Well, sorry, through the chair. I think when you say the province said to make you whole, if you go back to the minister's letter in November 2022, what he said was they would make you whole for basically development-oriented infrastructure, which is only water and wastewater. And I think they've made some movement, but that's all. But they also said, we'll do it once you've achieved your targets. Now, I know they've softened on it. They're trying to do some things, but it's not make you whole for everything. So it's only for that. And their statements were not with respect to Parkland. Municipalities, there was, as I've noted, a disjoint in between maybe some of the, and it takes some, you got to do some math in order to figure out what the policies have always translated into in actual physical generation of land. And I think some of the parks and recreation master plans have never done those calculations. So they do, so across the province, there's a lot of municipalities that say, oh, we want 7 acres, which is about, 2.8 hectares of land per 1,000 people. You're at 2.2, which is 5 acres. So you have levels that were more attainable than some of those other municipalities, but still you can see it's going to be difficult to achieve it. So the reaction is just as we're having the same discussion tonight. It's with surprise, and that's where we're recommending, number one, be very clear as you go through the process and separate what's a recreation and what's a parkland. Because we can pay for recreation lands through development charges. So that will at least give you an additional tool.
So just a follow-up question, Chair. So Gary, I'm just curious, like in your charts, you showed values of hectares required by, and you used the year 2043.
Yes.
What was the I must have missed something. 2043 is?
You've got a 20-year planning target, so we've used your 20-year planning target.
Okay.
I could do the same calculations for 10 years, but as you can see, even looking at the development, and we're talking about the needs for about 35, 36 hectares, over the 20 years, your ability is to maybe maximize approximately 8 hectares.
Right. Yeah, and I appreciate that, and you mentioned a couple times about meeting the targets. So we were given growth targets to go out to 2041, and before the ink was dry on that paper, we were given targets to 2051.
Yes.
So we already know where we have to grow by 2051. So I'd love to see, just an extrapolation of 2043 to 2051 to see how it's even impacted, because we know that's where we're supposed to go.
Through the chair, we'd be more than happy to update or do an additional calculation and for staff to provide that to you.
That would be great. Thank you, Chair.
Gary, before we go on, so there's 144 municipalities in this boat? And is this because of them? And I remember the premier at AMO saying because they're not spending DCs or they're not spending their parks. What is that what precipitated all of this?
I know that, to the chair, I know that some of the comments on the DC reserves I was taken back with. There was, I'll give you the actual statistics. There was $7.2 billion in DC reserves for all municipalities. About half of that was roads. And most municipalities don't debenture roads. They try and save the money in order to do the roads a lot of time, and those are growth-related roads.
Yeah.
Because if you try and issue debt, you're already repairing the road maybe before you've even finished doing the debt charges. You try and do it over 20 years, you're already redoing the resurfacing at the end of 20 years. So a lot of municipalities, as general policies, try not to debenture for roads. So half of that. What I found, if you took a look at the water and the wastewater, the amount was couple $100 million, like out of 2 billion, and you need that money up front before you get a building permit. And there was 32 municipalities that were in negative, showing negative balances in their reserve funds. None of that was talked about.
No.
Like, it was just, look at all that money, and it was, I think it was just, it was a sound bite. And it sounded good in the press, sounded like we're not spending the money.
Yeah.
But what they didn't do as well is, if you did have like Peel Region right off the bat, they had, if they're part of that money, they have $2 billion in debt charges. So they issued over 30 years because they couldn't collect it. So maybe with a bit of a blip of faster building, they had a more positive balance in the reserve. But right now, they're going into a dip. So it goes up and then it goes down. Anyway, I apologize. I get ramped up on some of the statements. I thought were just to justify a means, and they, from a financial perspective, they were not fair and they were not accurate.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm going to use one of my favorite terms, ludicrous, and not the rapper. Like you like it was, like, because it's proven that, it was just something pulled out of thin air, and you've done the calculations and the analysis. It's fiction, it's not fact.
It's unfortunate, but, for a time, I lived in an apartment in between marriages, by the way, and you could note just the people going out of the apartment building. I had a 20-story apartment building. People going across into and using the parks because there's nothing else.
Yeah.
With this movement towards higher density, the reductions in parkland, I find it unfortunate for the high-density dwellers that they're not going to have the space.
Yeah, and we heard that tonight, Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, just a note before my two questions. It seems as you're getting closer to retirement, your news is more depressing. So hopefully, if you come back for wastewater, blow a little sunshine our way in that presentation.
I will try my best through the chair.
Duly noted. You're on slide 18. You mentioned the town's Parks and Recreation Culture Master Plan has recommended a service level of 2.2 hectares of parkland. What's the provincial guidelines on that?
There's no guidelines. Okay, this is through the chair. There's no set guidelines on what you provide for parkland. And that's where the master plans, and they go through extensive, engagement with the public to understand what types of parks, what type of amenities and such, and generally how much. But, when they do that evaluation, what they do is to look at what's required for neighborhood level, and then up into community, up into regional, and then specialty parks if you have, lake, water-related stuff. So, it's probably for yourself, as part of that next process, to focus in a little bit more detail what the needs are to accommodate the growth. Maybe they say you've got enough of, region-wide parks, and you should focus in on where the development is. It's outside my pay grade to be commenting on them. I just work with them, and I think that that's probably an area of focus that might be helpful.
So follow-up through you, Mr. Chair. So as more and more municipalities potentially come together and say, listen, we need to be made whole on these changes, is there not the possibility that the province might just come back and say, well, the standard is 1.1, you don't need as much as you think you need, you don't need to be made whole, have a great day?
I would say that's very difficult, and it's just a number. Your needs will change depending on the individual municipality. I think a Toronto on a per person basis would be completely different than you, and if we go to Wainfleet, it would be completely different because they're predominantly rural. So I don't know. I would find it difficult to see them come out with a standard like that, but I would have thought some of the stuff they've recently done would have been difficult, but, you know, it depends on what the movement is and what the thought is at the time. So.
Okay. Thank you. And last question, probably a quick one. At the end of the original presentation, you mentioned that it seems that some municipalities are moving towards having developers do appraisals on their properties. Is that the developer paying for the appraisal and orchestrating it, or the town doing it and then billing the developer?
Either way, normally the developer pays for that appraisal.
Do they organize it as well, like their appraiser?
Well, for CBCs, you need, most municipalities are looking to get appraisals for the community benefit charges, so you could utilize the two of them for the same purpose.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Russell. Councillor Timmers?
Thank you very much, Chair Patriva. So I was kind of thinking along the same lines, we've set this amount ourselves, our municipality, and I'm having the same thoughts, like maybe we already have enough, or we are close to what we should have. I'd be interested to know how we stack up amongst other municipalities that are similar in size and population, because I really have no idea where are we, how well are we doing with the amount of parkland that we have? I don't know.
Well, through the chair, as I've noted, a lot of official plans are sitting there at 7 acres per thousand, and you're roughly at about, your policy is 5 acres per thousand as a target. Obviously, you're below that right now, but I'm not sure if you wanted me to provide you with the different objectives that they have in their OPs or master plans. I can give you that, or I can do some calculation based on inventory. But as I say, it's specific to the municipality what they're trying to achieve.
I guess I'm just not sure, how are we doing? Do we have enough at this point? Are we able to hit that target of 87 more acres? That's
Hectares.
a lot of land. Well, I did the math.
Oh, no,
and
sorry, it's acres, I apologize.
It's
You're right.
87 acres
Yep.
that we're short, and I prefer acres, because I grew up on acres and
Yep.
I understand acres.
That's right.
So, I have a great visual of what an acre looks like. Anyway,
And then just through the chair, that's where I think part of that objective is also meshed in with a very unclear definition of what parkland is
Yes.
versus recreation. My example with your sports field, sports park up at Fly Road, to me, that's recreation, okay? But that's something that we've been talking to municipalities about. You should be more focused and clearer in the policies. So between the OP and the master plans, they kind of blur it all together. And I know it's difficult, but I think now we're getting into legislation. We have to be clear if you're going to maximize or be able to articulate really what your needs are.
right. And thank you through you, Chair. That was another question I had as well, because, our current parkland inventory at 49 hectares, which is 122 acres, it doesn't say what all's in there. And then, in part of the report, it says it's not including this part, or municipally owned open lands are not included in that number. So I don't really have a sense of what we truly do have. So I think we need a little more detail on that.
Well, once again, you're getting outside my pay grade.
Yeah, I know. I'm just putting that out there.
But I think number one, I think, staff have, insights
Yeah,
that they
of
can
course. Well,
provide.
yeah.
And, as you evolve into the future, I think, this is providing a little bit more directional considerations for the,
Yeah.
that service.
No, absolutely. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. Madam Clerk, that's not your phone over there. We didn't put on silent, is it? Okay. Oh, yes. Mr. Kirkopoulos would like to provide a little update.
It's always hard to follow Mr. Scanlon, but
Yeah.
I'll give it a try, Mr. Chair. Justin, I mean, it's a good question, and I think what council's asking specifically around where various municipalities are at, you know, if you look at Vaughan, it's 2 hectares per 1,000 people. If you look at Mississauga, it's 1.2 hectares. So as you can see, it's a little all over the place. Milton is 1.75, Oakville's 2.2, Mississauga is 1.2. So it really depends on the community. It depends, as Gary said, on the consultation and the engagement we do with the community. And so there isn't I think a rhyme or reason. I know Director McKay can talk to you a little bit about what our Parks Master Plan says specifically and how we came up with that number. But I think as we look to update that in the coming years, it's going to change. It may not be exactly what it is today. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. Councillor Michalak.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Scanlon. So, Councillor Russell went down a road that I was going to go down, but I want to take it a little farther because, like, my understanding is that developers have 2 years to determine a value of a land and then pay the appraised value at the 2-year when there's a site plan approval. And I feel like in that time, a lot can happen with the value of land. And I'm concerned about what you've just said, where we are relying on an appraisal provided by the developer.
So through the chair, if you're doing site plan or the zoning, then it's locked in at that point. So it's frozen. If you are collecting under Section 42 at the time of the sale of the lot, so it's the value the day before building permit, so basically the value of the lot. You can either get the information either through registration or through, they may provide you could ask for an appraisal for those. Some municipalities say, just give me the appraisal on the lots and stuff, and I will apply it, and I'll index it. So there's some, they're not going to get into the details on each individual lot, but they're trying to undertake those, the analysis, and maybe adjust it for inflation. We have some municipalities who have declared a value, what the value of the lot is, and then through study, and then they're indexing it. So there's a couple of different ways municipalities have done it. Whatever meets their best administrative, undertaking is how they're putting into place. As I say, we're doing appraisals, we're putting in the value into the bylaw, and then it's indexed, and we're going to review it in 5 years. There's others that'll ask for the appraisal. There's others that go through and take a look at the sale price on the lots. So
through you, should we be doing our own appraisals? I know our municipality, but I just take a look at what's going on out there, and I feel like we should be doing our own appraisals, or we should be considering that sort of an approach, similar to a slingshot deal.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that this is worth $100,000 when we all know it's worth $300,000, but really we have no way of determining that, especially if a property has been upgraded or has an increased value, perhaps because services have been run.
That's why you want it the day before building permit, is because the services are there. You basically have a building lot that you just have to drop the house on. So that's what you're trying to capture. And as I say, this is for staff to consider what the best approach to it is. As I say, we've worked with different approaches depending on the nature of how big the municipality is, how much staff they have, what processes they have in place. So, we can certainly have that dialogue, but at the end of the day, I think what administratively is most functional for you, I think is the way that that you'd want to move ahead.
Okay, thank you for that. And then another question. Relates to a development, actually, we had this just earlier today. We were talking about 200 units in a 3.4 hectare development. And what I was looking at and what I've been hearing was, the park space. Apparently there was two spaces, but I only found one that was 37 by 88 feet. Like, is it possible for planning staff to give us an idea of what that calculation would look like with the old rates compared to with the new rates? I can't do the math quick right now. I didn't go to school long enough to figure that out, but like, it's something like 200, I think it's 8.4 or the new.
Well, there's 43,560 square feet in an acre. So
Yeah.
if you got the width and the length, you'd have number of square feet, and then you divide that by 43,000, that'll give you what percentage of an acre you would have. So I wasn't sure what what was the parameters? What was the size? 80 by 100? What was it? 80 by 100 would be 0.2 of an acre. That would be 8,000 square feet divided by 43,000, just under 0.18 of an acre. I do a lot of math up here, so.
No, I can't, I'm, again, like
So then, I don't know how that relates
relate to money better
to
than
the
I
number of units and such, because I wasn't sure. I know there was a lot of discussion on the individual apartment, but I also understood there was a number of other units, so I don't know what that development really is. And if you need to break down those different components, I mean, then we could calculate.
No, I'm just trying to ballpark what an appropriate, or what would a size park be with a 3.5 hectare site. That's what I'm trying to do, because in my mind, it just didn't look like a lot, from what I could see in that.
But it could be the new rules through the chair. It could be representative of the latest and greatest rules, so.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And you know what, and Gary, just like, how do we ensure that the park land takes place where we actually need it? So, like, I mean, I know, and it's the chicken and the egg, right? Because, I mean, we had the discussion this evening that, this development is coming in and we need park space.
Right.
But when you actually look at the Parks Master Plan, 69% of all the park space in the town of Lincoln is located in Ward 2. So in actuality, we don't need any park space. We need the cash in lieu to actually put equipment in the parks.
The amenities can be funded by the DCs.
Yeah.
That we include in the development
Okay.
charges. It just depends, as I say.
But it's breaking that mindset that it has to be right there, like, and there was calculations, Ashby Park is 200 meters, a 10-acre park, Prokich Park is 600 meters. It's relatively close. And I don't know, and I kind of see it in red, but the conveyance, that the land that we ask for, right? So it's got to be relatively level, it's got to be easy to drain and centrally located and all of those aspects that you want. But the developer could convey land that's an easement or encumbered by below-grade infrastructure. So they could convey land that really isn't park space, which is, right, because then,
Yeah.
what are you going to utilize
Oh, yeah.
it for, right?
Yep.
Unless you're a billy goat and
Yep.
so that's, I think, a big issue in this, like,
Oh.
fundamentally to the money, but they're going to, and if they're smart, to Councillor Michalak, should be listening to this, because this is up your alley, because the developer is going to, give us the business, so not only is he going to short fund us, he's going to screw, there's yes, you know the word I'm
I
going to
think I'm
say,
catching your
on what
drift,
he
yes.
gives us, right? Which then is virtually unusable.
and that's part of, now, we're getting into more of the Planning Act that,
Yeah.
you know, but as I say, yeah, they've put rules in there that would allow, you know, if you had apartment buildings and then you got a parking garage
Yeah.
underneath and you put a little bit of dirt on it, it would be something that you'd have to recognize. And we did have comment back suggesting that not be done because for a lot of that space, it's open space, but you can't put a soccer pitch on it
No.
because you can't drain it.
No.
You know, in the same way as an open field.
Yeah.
So there's limitations on that. So, but as I say, it's the rules that are coming out are basically to say minimize the. It's all about the cost of land.
Yeah, yeah. Well, and you've, you know what, you've clearly proven that the devil is in the details. And you provided us with the details, right? And it's shocking.
And that's why Councillor Russell doesn't want me back anymore.
Yeah. $128 million in park shortfall. Councillor Russell is going to be up all night. Yes. Right? So, okay. Oh, Mayor Easton, finish us off, bring us home.
I just have one question.
Go
Has
ahead.
nothing to do with the report. Is this your swan song? Just checking on the timeline here.
You can't go yet.
You don't have to
will.
answer the question. It sounds like you're going to be here
I will
for a little
cease to
while.
be a managing partner and cease to be an employee of Watson as of December 31st this year.
Well, that's a revolting development. But we
I-
didn't know it was coming.
Some-
We didn't know.
Well, there's some discussion, and we're still working through it because it involves, I did suggest that for some municipalities that I love, and you are honestly one of them, because I've been here since 1991, that I may sub-consult through Watson. But, and I can't be an employee. It screws up too many things, you know, on your finances if, anyway. So I said, you know, but we're not there yet in just trying to figure out the parameters of it, and I would hope that we could do this, but anyway, so, is it my swan song? I don't know.
We'll see you next month.
Yes.
It sounds like we don't have to worry about it, so that's a good thing. That's all we need.
Yeah, it may be my swan song with my wife, but, you know, we'll figure that one out, so.
Oh dear, we're only responsible for any domestic.
I'm gonna point a finger over here.
Thank you very much.
Gary, you know we love you, and you know what, you give us great information, and yeah, we still got to see you, so whatever you need to do to make that happen, please, sub-consult, I love that. I know Mr. Kirkopoulos will help you figure it out.
We'll see if we
And money issues, Councillor Mikulik, he's your guy, take him golfing and go ahead. Yep, Mr. Kirkopoulos.
Through you, Mr. Chair, more of so just maybe a comment that I want to make, and not about Gary at all, actually. Because there are going to be people listening, there are going to be people, I think, observing, and we do have a number of negotiations in front of us as staff. This is why having a relationship, I think, with developers where we can negotiate things, because albeit these are the minimums, and they definitely highlight those minimums to us in terms of their negotiations, but having that relationship, having that ability to sit down and determine what is best for the community in a lot of cases is what we're doing, and so I think that is a big part of it. And I don't want that to get lost in the conversation. These are the minimums. We have been successful in the past, and I think moving forward we'll be successful as well, so thank you.
Well put.
Okay. So, there being no registered delegates, are there any persons present wishing to address committee regarding the parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland review? Okay. Please come forward and state your name, spelling your surname for the record. Okay. I don't see any. So, thank you for the statutory public meeting. Oh, thank you very much. The statutory public meeting is now adjourned. There being no further delegations or information for this item, I have a motion moved by Councillor Michaluk. The committee receive and file for information the following presentation regarding the parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland review, Gary Scanlon, Watson and Associates Economists. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. Councilor Reimer, thank you. In support, and I close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will now move directly into report PD 44-23 regarding the parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland review. Are there any questions from committee to Ms. Shi? Okay, I see none. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer to receive and file for information report PD 44-23 regarding parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland review, and direct staff to prepare a recommendation report once all comments have been received and any identified issues have been addressed. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. That vote's now open. Thank you, Councilor Reimer. In favor, and I close that vote, and that motion carries. Thank you,
Okay,
Chair.
thank you very much, Devan. We have no confidential items this evening. Do we have any committee remarks? I see none. There being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned at 10:55 PM. Have a great evening.